Throughout the entire Red Bull Wololo series, we've had a specially composed piece of music, an original piece of music by Ben Fowler that was composed specifically for Red Bull Wololo. And it's my great pleasure to reintroduce to you the London Contemporary Orchestra here, who will now be regaling us with a rendition of Dancing Chariots. And now, to conclude the halftime presentation, a special extra addition to the entertainment festivities. It's now going to be me playing the organ. I'm going to have a turn, please. Thank you. This wasn't on the schedule, but I'm going to do it anyway. Okay, here we go. Okay, yes, thank you. Yes, all right, we ready? Here we go. Ah! It's pretty good, huh?
I don't understand this. It's nonsense. This is...
Pay no attention to the man in the peanut gallery. He has no taste, I can tell you that.
This captain, this is incredible.
I hate it when people don't take this event seriously.
We want to hear more for the orchestra, right? Vamos, the orchestra!
Give it up for the orchestra!
Incredible! Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are nearing the Age of Empires 2 Grand Finals. I get the sense that we're all ready for that. Indeed, that's what I thought. But before we get to see them battle it out on the stage, let's take a look at how they got here.
Well, that has been the road we have taken to the finals here at Red Bull Wololo Londinium. But there is a road yet left to travel. We have two competitors waiting in the wings, ready to get underway. Zoe, Hera, and Leary, two titans of the game. I can't wait to see them do battle.
Yeah, and they are so familiar with each other, which makes this so much more exciting. Both of these players have had an extremely dominant run through the playoffs. They barely had to show anything during the semifinals. So really, there might be a lot of cards up those sleeves.
Yes, indeed. I think we are going to be in for a hell of a show between two of the game's all-time greats. Who's looking forward to seeing these two players do battle? The energy is at an all-time high, my friends, and we're in a safe pair of hands. Casting our match, cast your eyes to the stands above and bear witness to T90 and Dave. On the other side of this, they will be teeing up our grand final.
The crowd is something that's new to me, and especially this time around, we have numbers that I've never seen. So that's gonna for sure get me a bit nervous. Let's see how I can keep my cool under that pressure though.
I've never played in front of that many people as we expect in the Red Albert Hall. Expectation/goal is definitely just enjoy the moment and remember it for the rest of my life.
It's finals day here at Red Bull Wololo Londinium. I'm Dave, joined here by T9, the official. Welcome, one and all, to the Royal Albert Hall.
Unbelievable, isn't it? Led Zeppelin, the Beatles, Eric Clapton, and Age of Empires. Wouldn't have said those words, at least you would have thought. At one point, we only had maybe 30 people watching the game. That was online. In person, we have 3,500 viewers here.
Let's hear it.
Thank you so much.
Oh, this is unbelievable. The atmosphere here, the tension building between these two. Can Leary finally do it? I think the only thing we can say for sure, Tristan, is that we have the two best undisputed players in our game currently, right now in this grand final.
Unbelievable. And no dispute on that, Dave. They know each other so well. And I think every time that they played this well, played this dominant leading towards a final, I know they've met a lot. It has always gone down to the final few games, and I really expect that here today. Let's send it down. Let's get ready for our grand final of Age of Empires 2.
The time has come. The grand final is upon us. All that remains is for us to introduce the players.
And I think there's no doubt in anyone's mind here that Hera is currently the #1 in the world. He's the type of player who turned the modern era into his own personal dynasty. He came here undefeated, untouched, and he is so ready to prove to everyone that the crown is his alone. But his challenger today, a teammate, a practice partner, and a friend. Leary, a legend in his own right, who has found himself in the grand final of Red Bull Wololo 6 times. Twice, he came out the winner. Both times against Hera. Alas, that was many moons ago, and the times have changed. But he once more emerges victorious, ready in the grand final to take his throne back.
My friends, please welcome to the stage the reigning Red Bull Wololo champion. It is Hera! His opponents, a 2-time Red Bull Wololo champion. Welcome to the stage, Leary!
Wow, what a matchup we have in front of us, Tristan. Oh my goodness.
Unbelievable.
Best of
Unbelievable.
9?
Yeah.
Leary Hera?
Yeah, unbelievable. I'm so nervous right now. I can only imagine how they feel. I can only imagine how much I'm making it worse because they can hear me saying
We're going to have to be really careful.
But ladies and gents, we are going to have our draft live up here on stage. I'm sure you're very familiar with a lot of those civilizations and maps we've seen in this tournament, all behind them. But my goodness, Dave, it's going to be a day.
Yeah, and we begin with the draft, and this is a more difficult draft than normal because usually you have it all laid out for you on the screen, right? Maybe you have a notepad with your strategies coming into the draft, but this time they just have that one little paper book and they have to keep all of the options in mind. Now, they both have experience with this. They've both done this before in previous Red Bulls, so let's hope that that pays off.
As someone who permanently lives on his computer, I cannot tell you how uncomfortable it is to have to use a pen or a pencil at
I
times.
can't even write anymore.
Yeah, I had to write a check a couple months ago, and it was terrifying. So here we've got these two pen and pencil outs, ready to go, handshakes. And yeah, we're going to get into it here, shape up our final. And that is
Glasses.
the home map. Dave actually put on his glasses as he said that. I just want everyone to know.
It reminded me. As you get older, you know.
Yeah.
Forget how to write, forget how to see.
Speaking of getting older, I actually cannot see it. It's Volpine.
It's Volpine, yeah. That's your favorite map, right?
It is, yes, the Foxes. And I wasn't going to say it. I might as well say it during the draft.
Loch Ness,
But
another
apparently,
map.
yesterday during the semifinal, I heard fox noises, and I told myself, Tristan, don't complain about this. That's unprofessional. There were no foxes on the map. Production added that in to annoy me.
Looks like we have Henchhold as well. Remember, this is a best of 9, so we're getting most of the maps here.
I think it's 11 maps in the pool, yeah. So really you can think about what maps do players maybe don't want to play. And I think it's kind of tough because they're both so dominant on all settings. Typically I would say the very closed maps, but this is Empire Wars.
I'm happy to see Thames there.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see ourselves casting in the Royal Albert Hall in the north of Thames. Got
Very fitting.
Stonefront coming out now.
And also, not really taking too much time on this, are they?
No, I think when you only have 2 maps
Yeah.
that can't be drafted here, I think it's pretty clear.
The Civs, it's going to get a lot more
Yes.
intense. Rampart, another map. Civilization's going to be tricky, and yeah, again, you're really used to your computer. You're used to being able to look at the bar, which shows you when the bans and the picks come in. There's Blue Wells, our new map.
Leary's played that a couple times already.
Yeah, Hera as well.
I don't recall Hera playing it.
He did one time. It was against Hart, and I believe he played Ethiopians there. Okay, that was the map that I was expecting to not see played
Same.
today. So clearly some tricks up the sleeve here.
That is, by the way, Crisini, our wonderful admin.
Oh yes,
We should appreciate
he's
him.
looking fantastic.
He's looking great.
He's looking fantastic. And here we go. This is gonna be map. What
Spin to win.
what is this actually? We've got a spinning.
Hey! Nobody wins.
Didn't account for that one.
Yeah. If it ends up there again.
There's
What
someone.
if
in
it's
the-
just a continuous
There's
loop?
someone who's on the production team back there who's
Oh.
pulling this up, and he was like,
Oh! Hey! No! Wait a second.
We've got to get to the games here. Crisini says, all right. And it's going to be Crownwood.
Great
there.
map. Yep. It's a very fun map to watch. He's also holding up another one there. Is that Dorothea Court?
I mean, these are all the maps I want to see these two play. I think Stonefront is the one where if I'm leery, I want to play that one because maybe Hera's a little untested on the water maps. I don't know. But yeah, all these maps very open, and these two are both so aggressive. Really fun to watch them duke it out with military.
This is where the difficult part of the draft begins.
Yeah.
The maps, there's not a lot of options there. You just leave 2 out of the table. But now we get to the civs, and we have so many civilizations in our game now. It's going to become endlessly complicated here for these two. They know each other so well, though.
Yeah.
So do you think there's any way to work in a surprise in the draft
So
without us revealing something
again,
to them?
ever so slightly awkward because they both can hear us right now up on our stage. But I do think they're both going to look for 1 or 2 of them. I don't think you go for surprises early picks here, Dave. They're both so experienced. Civilizations are fairly figured out. They know each other. What typically breaks a final is a 5th and beyond pick beating a top 3 or 4 pick. If you have 1 or 2 of those, you're going to look really strong here. So I think the civs that come to mind, maybe we'll get to, but they've got a lot of maps to work with. They might break it into category, which makes it a little bit easier. I know many of the viewers watching probably don't play tournaments. You might not even play online, but you could look at Henchhold, Stonefront, Rampart maybe is somewhat similar and say, okay, well, I'm good with opening archers there, and there's obviously quite a list of civilizations from there. So typically you're going to see players go for very flexible civilizations unless it's very specific. So like Loch Ness is a lot more defensive and boomy style. There you might see the early picks come in early. Civs like Vikings, Heroin, Bengalis before. Italians is a civ that both players like. Blue Whales as well. Lots of fishing, so more fishing-oriented civs. And my goodness, this music is incredible.
Can we get some recognition for the orchestra here playing Schamberger in the background during this draft? It's very calming.
I'm going to take it one step further and just say thank you so much to the community watching this, supporting
Everybody.
this, the production, everyone with Red Bull who made this happen. I know it's early, we're just starting, but we're going to be into the games here. Microsoft World's Edge, everything's just been such an incredible opportunity. I'm so thankful. Dave and I were recounting as we see Bengalis there. I think Hera went first pick Bengalis in his semifinal, so that's
It's a
an
good
interesting
band.
snag. Or, oh, sorry, band. My bad.
It's a band. They have
I
a
got
few
excited.
bands
I wanted
first.
to get to the Civ picks.
I know.
Got excited.
I know. We're all on the edge of our seat here, but since we don't have seats, we're gonna
Yeah, we don't
control
actually.
ourselves.
We don't actually. Edge of my seat would be falling off of this floor,
I'll catch you.
which is only slightly terrifying. But I
We
guess
might go
that's-
down together.
Yeah,
Saracen's band from Hera, I think that's also a great one. Portuguese as well, those fast archer civilizations.
Yeah, the bands do, if you watch standard tournaments, the bands do change a little bit. One civilization you don't see banned or picked a lot here is actually Chinese. It's a very awkward start with Empire Wars. But I think like Civ like Tupi, I think we might even see Mapuche banned. I mean, Leary has consistently banned all 3 of the new DLC civilizations. He did say 3 weeks ago he didn't have the DLC purchased. Leary, smile at us.
Poles is
If that's the case. Because if I'm Hera right now, Hera should be like, I'm not banning Mapuche. I'm not banning Muisca. I'll ban Vietnamese instead.
competitive integrity at its finest right there. We see the polls ban as well from Leary, and the thing is, Hera always manages to sneak in the polls somewhere in a great
Yeah,
final,
yeah,
especially
yeah,
when
true,
it's a best
true.
of 7, best
True,
of 9.
true.
And it's a civ that not many people think about, so I think that's a smart ban from Leary.
I
Just
do
get it
too.
off the table.
Koreans also most played civilization during the ladder qualifier. Someone's going to be banning this civ typically, or first picking it, so nice ban there from Hera.
Mongols, great ban.
Mongols?
Saw what Leary did with the Mongols against Sebastian.
And he did it on Rampart,
You
which is
have
one of the
to-
maps.
Yeah, you have to get rid of the Mongols. Persians as well, a good civ on every single map here.
Hera, Leary's got one more ban now, and there's 2 more new DLC civilizations, so he might have gone ahead and bought the new DLC at this point. He's going to make a couple dollars from this event, win or lose, so I'm sure he can afford it.
Looks like Hera's really considering here. He wants the ban. Telling Frazzini now. What's it going to be? There was quite a bit of thought behind this one. Mayans.
Okay.
Another good ban against Leary, I think.
All right, yeah, absolutely. Dave, I could see they removed the NS from that, and that was from last tournament. They made it Maya because that's more
It's
historically
not the
correct.
Maya, it's the Mayans. We're not calling them the Brito. It's the Britons.
We hate change here in Age of Empires.
They took my NS.
Well, actually, there's your NS up on screen, so there you go.
There we go. Aztecs as well banned.
Well, what did Hera die to against MBL? He died to Aztecs game 1, and that was on actually map 1. So I think that's a really good ban. I'm actually kind of curious. Okay, well, there we go. Again, it's a tough situation. Typically, we're sharing our opinions on the draft. The players cannot hear. There is a civ, though. We're not going to say it. That Hera has loved on Dorothy Cord. We saw it a couple times. I think we saw it from one of his teammates. I think we saw it from Mr. Yo. That's basically me saying it, but
Picking up a little bit of tempo on the Schamberger. It's a slow builder, so
I wonder
my
who named.
background music through so many like group projects and stuff.
Oh yeah, that's sick, dude. That's sick. Yeah, that's my ringtone when you call me, bro. It's good old Schamberger. But I'm gonna
Is
need
that
to.
customized?
I'm gonna need to replace it with this version because this version is just insane.
Okay, now here come the picks. Very, very important, especially the order, right? A lot about civ drafting is where you can sneak in the civs you really want without sacrificing the position in the draft.
Yeah. I think I'm curious to see if Bulgarians gets picked up here because I feel like Bulgarians are made for Empire Wars.
Well,
They
you
just
picked
don't
them
have any eco
yesterday.
bonuses. So
But it was the last pick of the game.
yeah. Well, it's a good later pick though. It's a very good later pick. seems to be shielding the camera with his words, so there's no lip sync action for the casters here.
I think he's blocking the sound.
That could be that too.
Dravidians.
Dravidian's super good on Blue Wells and Loch Ness. And like we said, there's 2 maps there out of the potential 9 where you've got those water-oriented civs. So I like going for the water picks earlier.
Also, you know, we were talking about the humans, how they get that fast start because they have cheaper buildings. Dravidians get 200 extra wood.
Yeah, it's
so
huge.
It's basically like the same start.
Yeah, Hera has played that multiple times.
Way and Burgundians, great civilizations here, especially with the Flemish militia being the way it is right now.
Yeah, Burgundians is perfect for Empire Wars. Definitely have my feelings on where these civs are going to play out, but it's still very early. There's Ethiopians now getting picked up.
They've been really prioritized during the group stage of this event.
I think Hera might have been the first one to do it as well, so I think other people saw him do it and said, hey, let's do that ourselves. Didn't necessarily work out as well for them.
Byzantines,
and then Byzantines.
always great. Doesn't even matter what tournament we're playing in. Feels like the Byzantines are always there on the ground.
Especially if you play towards just not making any early mistakes. You don't do anything crazy early on and you just defend. Very hard to break. I think that's perfect for Hera's play style. Leary
Now picking, he gets to pick 2 here.
also perfect for Leary's play style.
Yeah.
Cheap archery ranges, cheap stables, allows you to go for the early aggression. Doubt that's for the second town center in feudal age, but maybe Leary's got a trick up his sleeve.
Okay, so we're waiting for our next pick. See a view of the hall right now. It is unbelievable. We walked in here earlier this morning, and I think Tristan and I both got chills. We were getting instructions from the production crew, and I don't know about you, dude, but like, I couldn't pay attention.
To be honest, I've always had an issue paying attention to any instruction, so that wasn't too different for me. You know, Dave, we see Georgians come in. It just pops a thought into my mind. Armenians, a best of 9. They get mule carts, which should be very good. They have solid navy. They have like the longsword play, which could be good starting in feudal age. You got some options.
I mean,
out
they're
there.
listening to us right now.
Well, you know, they're not going to take my ideas, right? They're not going to take a caster's ideas. That would be ludicrous. But I think it's actually maybe pretty good later on in the draft.
Tatar is a very good civ for Dorothea Quarry.
And I think
very good.
that was the one I was thinking of earlier.
Yeah, and I think Leary knew before you said it
Yeah.
that it was out there.
O'Leary's also played.
I mean,
many
both of these
civilizations.
players, incredible drafters. They've had so much experience, right? Leary drafts towards his strengths. I think Hera more eliminates your strengths and capitalizes on your weaknesses.
Yeah. Ever so slight difference would be Hera typically a bit more defensive. He does have that aggressive switch.
And a little bit more adaptable as well.
Yeah. But yeah, Burgundians, Way, Cumans, Georgians here for Leary. And he will go for his next civilization here in a moment. But now this is where it gets tricky. All these other civilizations are no-brainers. Now you're getting down into the weeds a little bit after 6 bans and this many picks. Do you think they're learning about Age of Empires back there as they play this music for us?
I think so.
Think so? I think we're gonna have, what is it, 60 people in there? You think we'll have 60 people buying the game after this?
One person in that orchestra that played as a kid, and he's like, oh yeah.
Oh yeah, dude.
Just one.
Yeah, dude. I don't know, man. You'd be surprised. Most of the people here probably at one point in time saw a video or something and were like, wait, that game still exists? So now they're here. Frank's there for Leary. Very good civ. I like that pick as well because Hera has played that quite a few times himself.
Do we have another pick from Leary coming? I believe so. Khitans.
Dangerous civ. Dangerous civ in the hands of aggressive players. A bit awkward to manage economically, but if you can get going, can be incredibly strong. And we've got the Vikings then. Big pick there, Dave. Still wondering, you know, what's the approach going to be on Loch Ness? I could see Vikings being the approach there. Also Dravidians and then Armenians there for Hera. So we're not wrong. I like the flexibility. I think like with Hera's approach, he could actually play that on most of these maps and just say, I have mule carts. I have mule carts. I can collect relics maybe, like even a weird play on like, I don't know, henge holds because there's some relics there.
I mean, you could also go like long swords on places.
Yeah, it could be really good.
We've seen that before. It's a possibility.
Only 2 civs get mule carts and it's split on either side here.
Ooh. Wu is a very good civ. Very good water civilization. They can find the timings with the John Swordsman. There's a lot of possibilities with the Wu. We saw Viper try them yesterday on Loch Ness. Almost had it, just couldn't quite lock it down.
Yeah, almost locked it down on
Japanese is another excellent. I'm surprised that went so late.
Yeah, kind of forgot about it.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's a bit easier to do as well when you're drafting this way versus on a screen.
Japanese have had such a resurgence lately in the last couple of years. We see them in almost every single tournament, especially since the speed of the men-at-arms got increased. It's such a dangerous opening, and the water control is insane.
Oh man, I have some really big thoughts right now. We got Mapuche.
He forgot to get one.
Yeah, he didn't ban the Civ.
Hera was smiling a little bit.
Yeah, I think he's probably joking with Leary.
I got you, bro.
Leary can still play against it. There's a couple picks here. I'm wondering if we're going to see Turks. Yeah, Hera loves the Turks. Can be very interesting in the late game, which he's so good to getting to. I like that pick for Hera, but again, the position of it's great because it's the late end of the draft. You wouldn't want to prioritize Turks very early here.
I think Leary has 2 more, and then Hera's got 1 more.
He's got the Wei. He's got the Wu. Will we see a Shu, perhaps? We'll see.
I don't know about you, but they don't seem very valuable here. Well, maybe. We've seen them before on 10s, I think.
It's our Archer Civ.
Huns.
It's an Archer
Great
Civ.
Civ.
That's the way I see it. Huns.
Yeah, classic
Are we
Civ.
getting a round of applause
For the Huns?
Oh my God, I love you guys. Let's go. Round of applause for the Huns.
Can Hera pick Huns as well, and then we just have Huns War again?
Let's go.
Back in time.
Back in the day, baby. Spanish.
Great pick. Rampart is there. Spanish are very, very dangerous on that map.
That's an interesting one.
And it forces Hera into some mind games, kind of questioning what Civ he's going to go for there.
Thinking about their playstyles, I completely forgot about that Civ. Britain as well.
Hey! You just had to know Hera was going to pick those. Doing it for the fans, and maybe he's got a strategy cooked up as well.
Pretty sure English was banned in the Aoe4 finals, so both games are great, but Aoe2, we picked the Britons in there, all right? That's great. Well, that's it, folks. Those are the civilizations, and we'll be into it here. And let's see.
My friends, let's keep the energy up. Let's keep those hands together. Who's ready to see an Age of Empires 2 final? As we thank once again the London Contemporary Orchestra. What an incredible rendition of Schamburger. How about it, everyone? The grand final is moments away, my friends, as the players get themselves ready, settle in, and get yourselves ready for the show of a lifetime. The Age of Empires 2 Grand Final at Red Bull Wololo Londinium is moments away.
My goodness, I'm really getting ready for this one now. A little bit of a wait. We have the draft, we have the civilizations, and Dave, it looks 50-50. These players oftentimes can be 50-50, but it has been Hera who has just been able to tip the scales a little bit, get that extra win when it matters, and win so many finals when up against Leary. Hopefully, we get 9 games.
If the Leary I saw yesterday shows up today, I don't think I've ever seen a player that can beat that.
Yeah.
That was unbelievable.
Absolutely.
If he shows up at that same level today against Hera, I think he can break the curse. And if you're unaware of what we're talking about, there is a history between these players. Leary has not beaten Hera in a very long time. Leary has never won a LAN final, and he has been in so many of them. He's just waiting. He's always that one game away from making it happen. I think today is the day for Leary.
What a story it would be, seriously. Yeah, 10 years ago, I was in Germany at Gamescom. It was the first LAN I ever attended. There weren't many LANs back then. It was Viper versus Leary, grand final. Leary was 14 years old, And Leary lost by 1 game to Viper, and of course since then there's been a lot of lands, and Leary has been very close and it hasn't happened. But the crazy thing is, you add it all up, he is the most accomplished Red Bull player there has been.
Yes.
Because he's won 2 of them, he has been in 2nd place so frequently. He is the best Empire Wars player. Can he actually take the crown? Can he actually win the final? It would be an epic moment to do so, as our crowd is doing the wave here in London.
Love to see
goodness.
it. Up on your feet. Come on, let's go.
Wow. My goodness, this is so well coordinated. This is insane.
Even the upper deck.
The upper deck as well. Very well synchronized. It's almost like you guys have experience or something.
Unbelievable.
Wow. That is sick.
I also want to point out, Tristan, I do not believe we've had a repeat champion in the Red Bull Wololo series.
In the lands, that's correct. In the lands, that's correct. We had so many good finals. We're getting close, folks. I know you guys are getting a little bit antsy. I know you're having a bit of fun.
We're getting in there, but let's hear from a couple experts about their analysis on the draft that just happened.
Well, guys, Nelly, look at the crowd we have here, huh? You think we can analyze the draft with this crowd here?
They already analyzed the draft for us, right? For
They love the hands?
They love the hands, man. Yeah.
Handsome Britons. Well, very, very happy to be here. And we have an amazing draft here in Dorothea Quarry, Nelly. It looks kind of straightforward here, like at least for Hera, no?
Yeah, Dorothea Quarry, we know that CA are dominating this one, right? Being on the hill, trying to get the map position, try to play the mobility. Tatars have performed incredibly well. Hera has a time limit win on this map. We are expecting Georgians to be the potential civ against that.
Yeah, I think both might be happy with the draft. Well, maybe Leary a little bit less because how he going to face Mapuche?
That's the big question, right? And Hera had a smile on his face, right? Leary typically banning Tupi, Mapuche, Muisca, and we see the late pick for Mapuche there, and Hera was like, maybe should have banned it.
We have many interesting civilizations. I like a lot of Spanish, but it's the last pick, and it can be very dangerous in a map like Rampart.
Rampart, Glazes could be an option, right? There, like maybe even a few small walls, Stonefront, we have seen some wild plays. It will be interesting. It's not really Leary's style, though.
Yeah. Anyway, who do you think has a better draft here? Because I really believe, for example, Exit Way, as we were talking, all those civilizations feel very aggressive, fit really, really good Leary's gameplay.
Yeah, Boganians extremely aggressive, Cumans, Georgians, Franks, Kitans, all pretty wild. And then some good water civilizations, right? Wu, we might see on Loch Ness. Japanese, we could see on Blue Wells. Wei is the big question mark, right? That is the only civilization that plays a bit slower than all the others.
But don't you think that maybe his civilization is going to confuse a bit more Hera in the sense that it feels a little bit more versatile? I feel like it can use in several maps, while maybe Leary is going to be able to predict the civilization from Hera more in the maps.
There are also some versatile civilizations, right? Thinking about Dravidians, for example, right? 200 wood at the start. They can be played on so many maps. Yeah, they're incredibly strong on Loch Ness, for example, but you could play them on Glazes as well. Just double archery range, an extra dock there, and you have the massive eco advantage, and Leary would be on the back foot.
But how difficult it is to analyze all this because Ethiopians wasn't picked at all, even in the start of the tournament. Second pick in the grand final.
Actually, we've seen it a bit, right? We remember the Mr. Yo game against Hart. That was really nice. Also, the win of Hera against Viper, right? So that will be a massive aggression, and that will actually be one of the most interesting games, to me at least, right? Because Hera demolished the Viper yesterday. It felt like a 3-minute game. It lasted a bit longer, but the game felt over. And now the big question mark, how is Leary able to win such a storm?
Okay. Okay. I think Leary has, in my opinion, a bit better draft because it fits more to his gameplay. Before we go with T90 and Dave, any prediction, Nelly?
Obviously, casters often say, oh yeah, we are looking for such a great grand final. We are looking, well, Hera is taking back the stage. We're often saying, yeah, like everything can happen, tune in, watch. But honestly, I think this could be the one for Leary. My prediction is 5-4 for Leary.
Well, I'm not going to be original. I'm going to make the same prediction. Tristan, Dave, take it over.
Wow. So their prediction, a bit bold considering the last, 16 S tiers have gone to Hera, but I do agree that maybe the best player so far this tournament has been Leary, but we've said that before with Hera. He tends to step it up when the finals come in, when the moment gets brightest, and this is pretty damn bright here in London with 3,000 viewers.
I think both of these guys have the most experience at LANs. Potentially Viper up there as well, but definitely recently, grand finals action. You know, we always wonder, are the players going to crumble under the pressure? Not these two. Hera has come out on top a bunch, but Leary has always been there, usually like one game away.
I am going to say, though, this is a LAN unlike any other.
Yeah.
And we've covered LANs, and we just have to talk. And you told me to soak in the moment. You're like, Tristan, don't focus too much, soak in the moment. It was bad advice. I was freaking out up here. And so I think that for them, you know, it's got to be similar to some extent, that it might take some time to get a feel. Luckily, once you're focused on the screen, you kind of don't turn around, look at all the viewers. You tend to forget a little bit, and you tend to just work on what you know. But I felt like Leary and Hera were able to just completely punish their opposing players in the semifinals and not let them get a feel for the LAN, not let them get into their comfort zone. If someone starts fast here on either side, it could be very difficult first hour, and in Empire Wars, that could be 3 games. So I think for both players, Dorothy Core is actually a very dangerous map to start off on. This isn't a passive map at all.
One thing I notice about Hera in the finals is he always manages to take that one game with that strategy that no one saw coming, right? It's like poles, or it's something strange like Turks, you know, and he goes for that boom and then builds into the late game. I'm wondering if he's going to have one of those games here.
Yeah.
Maybe Mapuche stands out, right? Maybe he saw Mr. Yo attempting to go for the Bolus Riders, and he thinks they're actually a good unit, or the Konas. I don't believe so, but oftentimes we don't know what's good until we've seen Hera absolutely dominate with it.
Well, folks, when we are in, I would love to hear some noise here. There's been a lot of noise already for Age of Empires 4, for the intro here with Aoe2, but when we are in, let the players feel it. Let everyone feel it. Once again, thank you so much. This is so crazy to me that we are here doing this. Everyone who's been able to enjoy this event, all the staff, the players, the casters, we are so grateful. There's been a lot of work behind the scenes. We get some of the plaudits because we're up here in front. We appreciate you guys. I've seen so many Low-Elo legends. I've seen Hera fans, Leary fans. I've seen people dressed up as Jaguar Warriors, Eagle Warriors. I mean, the list goes on, dude. People are going all out there. It's been super cool. There's an idle villager.
There you go. How's it going, guys?
Yeah, what's up, guys?
Let's go, Hera!
Oh, my goodness, man. Also, as far as I know, it was kind of first come, first served for these seats. So people are outside waiting early. I could actually be very wrong on that. I was given a seat at the caster's desk, but love to see it. Thank you so much. Unbelievable, dude.
Let's get a vibe check in here before we get into this set.
Yeah.
Who here is a Hera fan? That's pretty decent. All right.
That's a vibe. That's a vibe.
Who here is looking for the upset? Who's looking for the underdog to take this one? Who's a Leary fan? Yeah, I think we got the vibes.
Oh, man. People would love to see a new champion.
People love an underdog.
People love an underdog. And it's such a crazy story. It's not your typical underdog, right? It's a guy who's won events. He's one of the most accomplished players ever. People will say he's the most talented Age of Empires 2 player ever. He just hasn't been able to clutch it in the finals. We'll see, folks. There's a look at our venue. There's a bunch of people at home right now who are like, we're thinking about clicking buy on that ticket.
Yeah.
And they're like, nah, maybe not. Look at this, dude. Oh, man, what an awesome opportunity. So cool.
It's a bunch of firsts for this event. I believe, if my information is correct, this is the first esports event hosted in the Royal Albert Hall.
Yeah.
Precedent setting, trailblazing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's get more.
Let's get more.
I could be completely wrong on that, but we're going to stick to it.
We're going to just, they'll believe us, Dave, all right? As long as you say something with conviction, they won't.
I just got to commit.
Hopefully they won't fact check it, but no, I believe that's the case. And yeah, I just think the thing is, like I just talked about starting quickly, that's the thing that also makes them both so good. It's like they're ready to go right away. In a normal game, you have like 9 to 10 minutes. You can wall up a little bit. You could try and establish your eco. But here, it's a very different situation.
9 to 10 minutes against Leary or Hera is like you're already in game 3.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're safe to dive into some of the Civilizations things now. Obviously, we're about to start the first one. Here's just some of my call-outs on either side. Very hard to know, but I think game 1, Tatars for Hera would make a lot of sense. He's played that Civilization on Dorothy Core. He's had some epic games there. He's very comfortable. You go down the line there for Hera. I would expect him to play Dravidians on Glacis. And people are expecting Dravidians maybe on Loch Ness. That's also very good. But I seem to recall Hera just going double range opening, super fast archers there. And I think he's trying to match the first pick of Leary on the other side, Burgundians, because we've seen Flemish militia there. So we'll see.
I think you can also go Armenians or Romans on Glacis as well. We've seen that a lot, right? Romans were one of the most picked civilizations there. Leary also has a civ that hasn't made it through many drafts, and that's Burgundians. And Burgundians were used a lot on Glacis for the Flemish militia.
Yeah. Spanish, honestly, with Leary's playstyle, it wouldn't surprise me if he just plays scouts and skirmishers. He might play cav archers or something. Maybe he does get to a castle, but Leary's not one of the players to typically try and go to stone early and go for a castle. But maybe that's something he needs here in this final, Dave.
Guys,
maybe
can we get a 14 here? Can we get a 14?
A crowd 14?
Yeah.
I think, do we have to queue them?
Start the game already on 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, you guys are the person that joins the lobby that I
just
hate.
Spams it, yeah. You guys just got kicked from the lobby.
Instantly kicked.
Yeah.
Not coming back.
You guys are the reason the mute option exists, but I love that, dude. That was awesome.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Yeah.
Gotta make that a thing when we do this again.
Are we able to convert the crowd, or are we too close to game number 1?
No,
I want to try and convert the
Bro,
crowd.
I've already been through that conversion chamber. That was the most awkward 3 hours of my life.
I really don't know if this is going to work, but I'm going to give it a shot, and if it doesn't work, then hey, we tried. Wololo? Oh, wow, crowd is blue now, Dave.
Yeah.
Crowd is blue. Damn, all right. I don't think I did a very good job at prompting everybody.
It was more of a question than a statement.
I really wasn't sure if I had the power. I mean, that's pretty epic.
You're a pretty sad monk.
We've all seen those monks. I didn't research Sanctity yet, and Fervor's on the way at least, but...
Oh, man.
We'll try and get into game number 1 here. Clearly, maybe a technical difficulty. I'm not too sure. We should be very close. They were just in the game, just double-checking. Again, game 1 should be very, very fast. Everything's got to be locked and loaded here.
Really interested on the civs. I think Tatars is pretty much a lock, but I can see opportunities for a lot of Hera civs. And like I said, he usually pulls out that one strat that's completely unexpected.
Yeah, but I think opening with it is very not Hera. Very not Hera. You pull that out in like game 4, game 5. Game 1, you go for your established picks and you get some wins on the board first. I really like Georgians. But the thing is about Georgians is they are top tier on all these maps. So yeah, we could see that option from Leary, but I wonder where Huns, Dave. And maybe that's the map for them, right? Like, we see a lot of cav archers. Yes, it is very hard to wall on that map, which could be complicated, but maybe if you can play full army there, Huns are actually a valid pick.
Can you play Japanese on that map?
You can, and it's good to
Water
play towards
into
cav archers. But also, then what are we going to see on blue wells? And I feel like Leary loves the Japanese on blue wells.
He picked Khitans there a couple times before. He's got Wu as well. Are we in?
I think we're in, folks.
Couple seconds. A couple seconds until we're into this first map of our best of 9 grand final. Leary and Hera. We've been here before. Not here, but we've seen these two players match up. Will we have Leary as our champion or Hera, our returning champion?
And here we go, guys. Hera versus Leary, grand finals, best of 9. We're going to open up on Dorothea Quarry. Leary is Khitans and Hera as Tatars. I am so surprised, guys. I'm so surprised by the Khitans pick here. We have not seen Khitans picked yet on this map during the Red Bull event. I think that Hera's Tatar pick is like 100% common. We've seen this like 5 times already. It's such a good civ here. I think we've only seen it lose once, and we saw it lose to, I believe we saw it lose to Georgians. I think Leary was playing Georgians. I could be completely wrong, but I think the only time we saw Tatars lose was to Georgians. Leary picking Ketons. You do get the extra attack with the attack upgrades for the Keton scouts. I'm really curious to see what Leary has up his sleeve, what he's planning to do here. Tatars gets the amazing hill bonus that just helps them out so much with not only with the scouts, with all these hills, but especially once you get those cav archers out, it's insanely strong. I'm thinking maybe Leary's thinking the faster skirms, right? That not faster in speed, but that they produce faster with Ketons. Maybe that will help him get the skirm numbers up to deal with the cav archers. I'm not 100% certain. You also have the skirm bonus later on, right, where they reflect melee damage, so they are a little bit stronger. Just not totally convinced it's the best call. I guess you also do the melee upgrades, getting extra attack. Would that apply to Hulks? I think it does. So that would probably be maybe another thing to think about. So maybe he's thinking getting that extra attack on the Hulks would be good. I'm just not convinced this is going to be the best matchup for Leary in this game 1. Ooh, and Leary actually takes a hit there, and Leary is producing a lot of skirms. He's making a lot of skirms, he's getting fletching, and he's opening skirms, right? A lot of times we've seen these players open archers. Hera's doing that, he's opening archers, and Leary does have the counter to it on the field. And Leary getting the fishing ships out, Hera not making any fishing ships. Hera, it looks like he's going to add a stable. Hera feels like he needs to add a stable to deal with these skirms, and we're going to see Leary not continuing to invest in more scouts. Leary also gets a scout trapped in here, so he loses that scout. Really nice trap there from Hera. Really nice trap, and Hera already thinking about clicking up, but Leary thinking about clicking up as well. Look at the res collected for both these guys. So close. Leary slightly ahead, but both players already thinking through how they need to get to castle. They need to get to castle quickly. We've seen Leary and Hera both absolutely dominate games where they were able to get up to castle faster than their opponents. We saw the semifinals where both players, Leary and Hera, swept their opponents 4-0 in a best of 7. Just absolute domination from Hera and Leary, and one of the ways that they did that was these very, very fast castle times. And look at that. Leary's going to be up in 2 minutes. Hera's going to be up in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So both players with incredibly fast up times. And I think we're maybe going to see heavy CA. I think this would be really cool if we saw... Ooh! And Leary picks off the scout without losing the low HP Vil. Will he take the low HP Vil back to his town center? That's the question. Will he save it, or will Hera come in and execute it later? I would... But back to what I was saying. I think that Leary could go heavy CA in castle with the Ketons, and that could be a good counter to the hill bonus and the mobility that the Tatars normally would have on this map. I think it'd be very interesting to see. I don't know if Leary is going to continue on with the skirms or how long he's going to continue on with the skirms. He's still making skirms right now. He's still making scouts right now. He doesn't have... he does have the melee attack upgrade, but he doesn't have the armor. Hey, Dan.
1.5 years and I am still old.
Thank you, Dan, for the 18 months of support. I appreciate it so much. Thanks for everything you do for the community and for me personally. I appreciate it. And Leary's up to castle. He clears the archers. There's no army on the field for Hera right now. Absolutely no army on the field for Hera. Leary with 17 army out. And honestly, Leary, having been on the water, he has those 3 fishing ships that are collecting. And I think Leary's going to be so happy with his position right now. He's got Elite Skirmisher coming in. He's got Bodkin coming in. He's got Light Cav coming in. Ooh, and there it is. Hera found the weak Vil. Leary did not take it back to his TC like he should have. And now he's down that Vil. I think that was a mistake that we've seen several times this tournament from high-level players, is they have those Vils that they save them once, right? And they're on like 2 HP, and instead of taking them back and putting them on a farm next to their TC, they just leave them where they are, right? And they end up losing their Vils in ways that maybe they shouldn't. I think Leary, okay, Leary's going to be adding camels. Interesting. That's probably to deal with the knights that he knows Hera's going to make to deal with these skirms. And I like that. Leary's actually, he's preemptively getting ready for what he knows is going to be a knight switch here, where Hera's going to continue on with the CA, but he's going to also add knights in to deal with the skirms. And so Leary's going to add the camels to deal with the knights. And I really like that choice from Leary. I think he's on the right track here. He's getting ballistics, really good early ballistics from Leary. I like the choice. I just like the choices that Leary's making with the civ that he has, and how he's playing them has just been really good. And he's gonna push these CA back. Like, the CA need to be there, right? They need to be there to kill the melee units, but Leary's just gonna continually be pressuring them. And ooh, he picks one knight off here. He's gonna pick some of the CA off. That camel getting some value, but not as much value as Leary would have liked. And now Leary has to run with these skirms, as there's just too many skirms on the there's too many CA there picking off his melee units. He's got camels on the way, but now that ballistics is in, he should be able to take pretty decent fights against the CA. And what good, the micro from Leary to keep that camel alive and pick off the CA and the knights here. Really well done. And I would love to see at some point maybe a heavy CA switch from Leary. Maybe not yet, but at some point making that switch I think would be good from him. Res collected, dead even. KD, dead even. Vils, dead even. Well, two Vils ahead for Leary because he has the fishing ships, right? But Leary just continuing to mount pressure on Hera. I do think that if this game can go really late, the Tatars will be better. But towards the mid-game, I think towards the mid-game, we may see Leary have the superior position because of the early heavy CA that he can go into. And what's up, Decker? Good to see you. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I've seen you've been playing a lot of MLB The Show. I see that on Discord. And here, a lot more army still on the field for Leary. But Mangonel's being added for Hera. Hera knows that he needs something to deal with this massive skirms. The skirm mass getting pretty large now, and Hera losing Vils on the woodline. Hera starting to lose control of this upper woodline, and he needs to bring in the Mangonel to be able to push this back. Now, if Hera gets here with the Mangonel at the right time, he could be in really good shape if he hits the massive skirm as it's trying to go through that one tile gap. Right? Could be really good for him. Leary maybe needs to think about a Siege Workshop forward himself. He's getting armor now on his camels. And a nice job from Leary to continue to pick off these CA. Okay, that Mangonel's still chilling down on the bottom. And Leary starting to gain a little bit of an advantage with the res collected. Starting to gain a little bit of advantage with the Vil count. And yeah, just doing a really nice job. Leary just doing a great job microing down these CA and really not losing his skirm mass. Over and over again, we see Leary just picking off the CA. And Hera trying to keep the numbers up, but just losing the CA here. I think Leary's going to be very happy with his position. He's continually getting value out of these skirms. And the GG is called. Hera taps out early. Maybe what we could call an early GG here. I think Leary's going to be so happy with this game one, where maybe with the worst Civ pick was able to pull out a beautiful win. The micro from Leary, the offensive pressure from Leary. And game one, now Leary's. 1-0 Leary, and I think that a lot of us can say we're definitely happy about this game one. No hate for Hera, but we would love to see Leary, who's gotten a lot of second places in these big LAN tournaments, to finally pull one out and walk away with a victory after so many years of trying so hard to be the victor and just coming up short by a tiny bit every time, right? We've seen him win big tournaments in the past, but it's been a while since he's gotten the victory in an S-tier tournament. Would love to see him be able to take the throne once more. And yeah, I think both Leary and Hera are going to have to take a good hard look at the civs they have available, and Hera's going to have to choose the map, right? There's a lot of maps to choose from, and I think that it's so interesting having them with their little notebooks, everything with pen and paper. Oh, we see those deep breaths from Leary as he's just trying to keep calm and carry on. We know he must be feeling the pressure of this huge moment, but able to take game one, huge benefit. And we're gonna see some highlights here from game one. We're gonna see the moment where Leary saves this Vil, just dancing it around the other Vils. Love this moment. Problem is Leary ended up losing that Vil later on. And yeah, Leary being able to clear up these archers, big moment for Leary, as he didn't give Hera the chance to get crossbows in the back of his base when he hits castle. And the micro, like these fights were just beautifully microed by Leary. He just constantly was picking off the CA. And Leary taking advantage of the faster producing skirms for the Ketons, and also taking advantage of the bonus for the Hulks to get those melee attack, the extra bonus melee attack from the melee upgrade. Yeah, I'm a little surprised at the tap out there. A little surprised that Hera
if he
called
has a
it
weak
there.
Game, it might be game number 1. It's so crazy how often that's the case for reigning champions in anything. It's like they fall behind in the first quarter or the first period or the first game, and then they end up turning it around. And it was close. I didn't see any mechanical issues. I didn't see any of what I said earlier of where he feels like he's not warmed up yet. It was just Leary.
Well, Hera is one thing he's probably the best at in our scene is when he loses a game, he's good at recovering mentally.
Yeah.
He's good at getting himself back into that mindset, that zone that he needs to be in. He's a winner. Leary looking at his draft. What a moment here. Let's take you to our special conversion chamber as we get ready for game number 2.
Stand before the conversion chamber. 3 questions will be asked. You will receive no indication of success or failure. Only at the end will your fate be revealed. Answer all correctly and walk free. Fail and be converted.
Okay. Fair enough.
Question 1. What unit converts enemies?
That would have to be a monk.
Question 2. What does Loom do?
Loom gives you 15 extra HP and 2 pierce armor and 1 melee armor.
Question 3. How many farms must someone build before he can call himself fully built?
This definitely has a definite answer. That will be always correct. Has to be 48.
We have heard enough. Heard enough. That's a fail.
How is that a fail?
No, that's a fail.
How is it a fail?
Obvious fail.
It makes no sense.
Stop complaining. You wanna be converted. We welcome the converted into our order.
Congratulations to your conversion, the Viper. Everyone, please give it up for the Viper. Historic player joining us in a historic venue. How have you been enjoying yourself so far?
Oh, I honestly just got in here because all these people have been keeping me busy outside. So, no, it's...
How dare everyone. Do you know who this is? You have to wait in line?
Yeah.
I'll sort you out next time. Don't worry about it.
No, it's been an amazing experience so far. And of course, everything now culminating in the Royal Albert Hall here is insane. So for Age of Empires, we are truly blessed.
We really are. I don't know if you saw, some of us possess some magic. Have you tried to say Wololo? Have you tried to say it really loud and see what happens?
Can I try right now?
Yeah, try it.
Wololo.
Yeah, he's got the magic. He's got the magic in and out of the server. Speaking of magic, Leary taking this first one, now up a 1-0. Do you expect a close series between those two very familiar foes?
Yeah, they're both in really good shape at the moment, and they have been neck and neck for a long time already. And yeah, Leary has looked super good so far, as has Hera. I had the displeasure of facing both of them. So no, I always expected a super tight final here, and Leary's off to a great start. I mean, Hera probably the favorite entering the match, but yeah, Leary off to a great start.
You've been the giant. You've been up there. You know, you've been the player with the target on your back before. Has that ever gotten to you? Do you feel like it's maybe getting to Hera? Because eventually he's going to lose a match. It has to happen.
Yeah, you would expect that, right? I mean, for me, it was always like the pressure was more internal. I didn't really mind the outside pressure. I cannot speak on Hera's behalf of what he feels or if he feels the pressure, but you would imagine at some point that you start maybe creeping into his mind as well. When is the incredible streak going to end, right? Who knows? Maybe it is today, but yeah, hopefully have an insane final ahead of us.
Yeah, I mean, we've been treated to a close series already earlier today, so we hope for a second one of that. What are you most looking forward to see from these two players?
Honestly, at this point, it's just the highest Age of Empires level in Empire Wars we have seen. So these two players are the ones delivering it, and that alone is a massive promise for an amazing final.
It is indeed. The Viper, thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Oh my goodness. So cool to hear from Viper. So cool to see the appreciation.
People love
for the Viper. As they should, man, as they should. Viper, such a good guy, such a great player for this game. Game might not be here. We might not be here if not for what he did for Age of Empires 2. But it's back to these two here, and we're about to get into game number 2. Let's see if Hera can bounce back. Looks like we will be in very shortly. Once again, everyone, thank you so much. But we're just getting started here, Dave.
Game number 2 coming up. I don't know what map we have here. It was Hera's pick. He's going to have to bounce back after that game 1. I think he played very well there in that short game, but Leary just overwhelmed him as he so often does. Let's hear it. Game number 2.
Here we go, guys. Game number 2. Hera playing as the Turks. Leary playing as the Wei. I think Wei may be the favorite Civ here as one of the best Civs on this map. Thames, a very open map, but also a map where you start a little further from your opponent, and there's a lot of wide open space. So honestly, the mobility that Civs have really good here. Turks not going to be bad, right? You have the light cav upgrade for free, the Hussar upgrade for free for the Turks. You also have the faster gold mining for the Turks. You also have the really good CA with Sipahi, right? The special tech that gives 20 extra HP to their CA. So you have good CA, you have good not just good light cav because you get the light cav upgrade for free, but you get the extra pierce armor, right? 1 extra pierce armor on their scout line. And Jet2KS says, does being Turks mean Hera needs to get control of the South pretty early? I would say yes. I would say with Turks, you need gold. They get really good Hussar, but they also have no good trash, right? So if you don't have gold in the late game, they fall off pretty hard. They do get bombard cannons. They also get hand cannons. They also get really good CA, but those are all gold units, right? That you need a lot of gold for. But the same could be said of the way that their Tiger Cav are very gold intensive and expensive. So the Tiger Cav will do really well against the Turks. The question is, will Hera be able to do a lot of damage to Leary before the Tiger Cav come out, right? That's the big question. So we'll see what Hera's able to do here. Hera's going to open scouts and archers. We're going to have Leary opening scouts and archers as well. There's going to be a small little replay here of this little skirmish that happened, which was a little bit favorable for Leary, but not insanely so. Right? He ended up getting some good trades here, good value, but maybe not that much of a replay value there, but it's fine. We have the KD slightly in favor of Leary, the res collected slightly in favor of Leary. Leary with the extra vil from getting double bid axe. We have fletching, archer armor, and the cav armor coming in for Leary, and we have fletching in for Hera, but only the cav armor coming in for him. He's not going to get the archer armor as well. Leary going to take a little bit of a fight here. Hera may be waiting for some reinforcements before he engages there. Hera collecting the sheep in the north, also has the Royal Albert Hall. And we'll see which player is able to get up first. Leary buying and selling already, and he looks like he wants to click here. He doesn't want to invest too much into army. He wants to get onto the Jianbei, right? The Jianbei, a cheap CA-like unit for the way, which is just very powerful. Costs mostly wood, and as you can see, on this map gen for Leary, he actually has some decent wood lines in the back of his base. And we're going to see Leary take a fight here. Leary wants this fight. He wants... Is he going to kill the spear? Oh, he already killed the spear. This is actually going to be a very good fight for Leary. Leary having the archer armor is going to be in a good shape here to be able to win the fight. And I think Leary going to be really happy that he's taken out so much of this army and he's already on the way to castle. Hera opting to go for wheelbarrow very early with the Turks. Something that you don't usually get at this point in the game, but maybe Hera thinking that he needs wheelbarrow if he's going to produce a lot of light cav with that extra pierce armor. But no scouts on the field right now for Hera. So going wheelbarrow, but he has no bloodlines. He's clicking castle, but there's no scouts. He's producing more archers, but the archer numbers are already in favor for Leary. Leary with the 13-7 KD. An amazing KD right now for Leary, who's just been dominating in the micro fights so far. And Hera maybe not looking quite as clean as Leary has today. We're going to see Leary finishing the walling up of his base. Hera already fully walled. Leary getting the gold mining tech, getting horse collar. He gets a vil for every one of those eco techs that he gets. And Hera with the very unfortunate gold spawn so far forward. And now Hera has to run from this gold. And Hera is going to have to be thinking about where he's going to take gold. He has a gold over there on the right-hand side of his base that is within his walls. Let's see if Hera deletes to get these sheep inside of his base. Will Hera delete a palisade to bring the sheep inside of his base, or will he be too afraid to do it? And we're going to have Bodkin and Crossbow right away from Leary, who's not making Jianbei as of right now. Maybe thinking he doesn't need the Jianbei since he already has the Archer Mass. And Hera going to be right there with the Archers. Second TC, no, not a TC. University going up in the back for Leary. Leary will be on Crossbow with Bodkin and will have most likely Ballistics very fast, very early. Hera will not be on Crossbow for another 30 seconds. And maybe Leary is going to try and pounce on these archers before they can become crossbows. And will Leary just back away here? I think Leary may be thinking he just needs to back away and wait for his Siege Workshop to go up. He's getting a Siege Workshop forward. Very important if you want that forward pressure and you don't want to allow Hera to expand with the Turks, right? Allowing Hera to expand with the Turks here could be very dangerous. And now we have a Hae Guang on the way. And Leary gets in. I'm not sure how he got in, but he's in on Hera's Vills, and Hera doesn't seem to notice it. Now he notices it, and it's going to be like 7 dead Vills for Hera. And Hera just taking a beating right now. He's down 10 Vills already. And I think Leary's going to be so happy with the damage that he's done. So many dead Vills. And I'm not sure how Leary actually got in the base. I think it might have been Hera trying to go out and build a TC on the top. I think it was. And now Hera sending more Vills to get that TC up. And Bloodline's coming in. Second armor upgrade coming in for Hera. The Bowsaw upgrade coming in for Leary. And Leary just looking really sharp. He's 12 Vills ahead and has more army on the field. He's 600 res collected ahead. And Leary is just going to try and contain Hera, not allow him to expand to the gold. Hera's going to have to expand in the north, where the Royal Albert Hall is with the relics. And I think Leary will be very happy with the position. I don't think that he's going to be upset at all. Even if he knew that Hera had gone to expand to the north, I think Leary wants to expand to the gold in the center. Leary going to add a second TC of his own on that 4-tile gold in those 2 wood lines. Good position there for Leary's second TC. And Hera now on 2 TCs. Does have wheelbarrow where Leary does not. Leary moving forward with a Mangonel here. He's going to get big attack round. Big attack round. Kills 2 CA. Damages some others. And Leary's going to get another CA here. Ooh, almost. Almost. Good dodge there from Hera. Another CA pops out and goes down. Another Vill down for Hera. Hera now having lost 8 Vills. I was going to say 7. Leary's killed 7. Hera's lost 8. I'm assuming he lost 1 to a wolf in the north. And now Leary with a massive crossbows and mangonels on the front. Hera's going to either have to add a siege workshop or some type of melee unit to deal with these mangoes. Maybe a monastery could work, but Hera not adding any of those things right at the moment. And Hera's running back to build a lumber camp, but he's going to be completely off of gold. There's going to be no gold access for Hera, and Hera is struggling in Game 2 to find an answer to this absolutely dominant performance from Leary in Game 2. Leary with a 34-23 KD, an 8-0 eco KD, a 1.5k res collected lead. He's up by 13 Vills, and Leary looking like he's playing some of the best AoE of his life. And Hera, it will be very unfortunate if Leary finds the Vills in the corner from Hera. But even as of right now, I don't think it will matter if he finds the Vills in the corner, as Leary's just going to take out the entire army from Hera. And Hera has no army. He has no response. And the Vills are just going to go down. And Hera's down 15 Vills, and he has no answer. Now there's this ram forward taking out production from Hera. Hera having to send the Vills after it. More Vills going down for Hera. 12 Vills killed. And a third TC going up in the back for Leary. And Leary will be able to work towards either Jianbei, or maybe he'll work towards the Tiger Cap. I think he's happy to stay on crossbow and work towards the Tiger Cap. And Hera wants to add a mining camp forward on his main gold again. But if Leary finds that, Hera will be in so much trouble. Hera already in a lot of trouble, but I think it'll be completely GG if Leary is able to find that gold that's being taken in the front of Hera's base. So many Vills go down here during this fight. This is great replay as Leary dominated this fight. You know, we saw a lot of microing from both players, but the micro was just so much better for Leary, and we're seeing the same replay like 3 different angles or times. What's happening live is... Okay, it looks like we're having a technical difficulty getting to the, the live feed here. The replay is what we're seeing. Oh, they can't get the live feed back on the screen. The replay is what's on the screen right now. And I guess the GG was called. Might have missed the very end of that one, but it was looking GG for quite some time. Or maybe we had a pause.
Listen, sometimes people just don't pay attention, all right? They snooze off. I've been told that certain people put others to sleep with their cast, but not this series. You got to see it 5 or 6 times there. Can Hera get this train back on the rails right now? Can he
I'm guessing that was GG was called, and we were
it's best of
2-0
9,
Leary.
So you could look at this as a best of 7 from here, but Leary feels inevitable right now.
Well, that's the word we usually use when we talk about Hera.
Yeah.
And this is a best of 9. You would expect Hera to recover here. Leary was all over him in that game. And he used...
3 more grape juice. He needs 3 more.
in a way that we're not usually accustomed to, right? Usually we see all the eco upgrades flying in and everything. He didn't even get Bosa, I believe, in that game.
Yeah, he was very patient. He did snag Bosa near the end there, but he was very patient with the eco upgrades. He didn't go for too many of them. Had he gone for too many of them, it could have been a problem there. And I've been told, actually, folks, the game is not...
The game is paused.
Yeah, the game is
paused. Oh, the game is paused.
So, forgive me, folks. I just assumed.
I'm sorry, we're just getting
the game. Okay, the game's paused.
Said, hey, we have a tech issue. We can't watch the game.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think it will matter. I think that one game is over, but I guess the game is paused, guys. Crazy. Good to know. Maybe the tech team is going to resolve this, and we'll be right back. Wouldn't be surprised if Hera calls it very soon after.
As far as I know, Leary's got skirmishers in the middle of the map, which should prevent any real counterattack, and he's starting to expand his eco here.
He is. I think if you're Leary, you're still in a very comfortable position.
Yeah.
You just have to keep up the army pressure, don't lose any armies for free, and make sure that all of your exposed eco areas are like walled off. Don't give Hera that easy opportunity to snipe 10 villagers or 20 villagers and bring himself back in.
Perfect time for Leary as well to think about how this game plays out from here. He's thinking like, okay, I'm really far ahead. What's my loss condition here? And it's all the big throw conditions. So I think for him, would expect him to consider, just as you said, the more fortifications and walls. A 3rd town center is always an option, but really just full army here. They're typing it out. They're about to be back into it, folks. So again, hold your applause for the 2nd victory, but it's looking good for Leary, man. Looking good for Leary. If there was a dream start to win the dream final for him, this would be it right now.
This would be it. Don't let it get to you. Soak in the atmosphere, but don't let it affect you, I think.
Yeah, that's what everyone told me. And then I look around at this crowd and I'm like, holy crap, I got to look back at my screen. Thank you so much, guys. Oh. Yeah, I imagine the production has probably seen this highlight 150 times by now. Let's be real, that's probably what we are dealing with. And so hopefully we can get that eternal loop off. And
looks like we're ready to go.
We should be ready to go here.
Just got the message. Looks like we're ready to get back into it.
Yes.
All right, guys, here we go. The game is unpaused. I was totally expecting the GG to be called here. Leary had 33-3 military count and 79-61 Vil count. The score is not a lie. The score is not a lie at all. Hera really is losing that bad, and Leary really is dominating game 2. And Leary starting to put some on stone, maybe thinking about eventually getting into Tiger Cav here, although I think the game should be over before that even becomes a factor. Leary with just pressure on the front, pressure in the back. He's got 3 TCs up and 84 Vils, 40 army, and he's starting to produce Hae Gwang as well. He's got 20 skirms, 15 crossbows, 2 Hae Gwang. 2 mangonels and a ram on the front, and he's just playing like a beast. He's just playing like a beast. And we're going to see Leary's domination here of these CA, as all the CA are going to go down. And so many Vills there exposed from Hera. Leary raiding Hera in the north with the Haegwang. He has 1 Haegwang up there. And now Leary completely aware of everywhere that Hera is. And I think Hera may be thinking just to drag this one on for a little while, just to get out of some of the nervousness and the jitters, and to get to a comfortable place in this forum with this amazing and awesome Albert Hall, where there's 3,500 Aoe2 fans all together at once, and the pressure may be immense. Maybe he's just thinking to clear his head here and get a little bit of time to breathe. He's gonna take the game a little bit further, even though he knows that it's over. And 8.5 says, how is the underdog? The underdog is doing well here. Doing very well here. Leary's about to go up 2-0 in the set. And a lot of ills here have gone down for Hera. 33-1 KD, Eco KD. 90-46 overall KD. Leary with 2-1 overall KD. Just insane to have a 2-1 KD versus the best player in the world. And maybe Leary proving here that maybe, just maybe, there will be a new best player in the world. We're seeing just how good Leary can be. Hera trying to send some CA into the back of Leary's base, but I think Leary cleaning it up just fine with Haegwang and a few crossbows. Hera now surviving with 1 TC in the north and no army production. Maybe Hera thinking he could get a few raids in here, but kind of just prolonging the inevitable, as there's now a castle up in the center for Leary. There's Tiger Cav on the field for Leary. 3 TCs for Leary. 102 Vills for Leary. 50 army on the map for Leary. Leary soon going to be an Imp, and Hera nowhere close to Imp. And I think we're going to see Imp come in, and Hera will call the GG. And Grape Juice says Leary is super underrated. I don't think Leary is super underrated. I just think that for a long time he's lived maybe in the shadow of Hera's performance in finals, and he may be getting out from under that shadow today. This may be his time. Fans have been looking forward to the possibility of someone dethroning Hera for a long time, and this may be the opportunity for Leary to shine and for the fans to get that desired new hero. And there goes Imp for Leary, and the GG is called, and just incredible game 2 for Leary, as he's just shown how good he can be.
Hera's got to turn it around. He's got to lock in. He's got to do whatever it is that he does, and he's got to do it now. This is quickly getting out of control for him. He's got to go for one of his big picks, Dave, with his civilizations. Yep. He just lost with Turks, and that was a bit of a gamble. You're okay going into the draft losing with that civ. You're not okay with the overall feeling of the series. So go back to your first or second pick, get the win, make it 2-1, and get that feeling back, that feeling of victory and control that Hera so often gets to feel.
I mean, you saw that graph on the military page, right? It just went up for Leary, and it never stopped.
Yeah.
It never stopped. He was in control the entire time. Hera had one brief moment where he tried to push forward in Feudal Age. He maybe got a little bit out of position, like you said, with those 3 archers, and he got absolutely punished. This is it.
Yeah, this was it. Yeah, I think he overextended with the archers here. I think Hera, because of all of his other sets, he would always take the initiative here. Like, if you think about against Viper, he got the early scouts and he got the armor. Viper was surprised. Viper died. Well, here Leary matched him. Leary did the same thing, but slightly better because of the micro difference. And then you had the eco difference with the way. But yeah, it wasn't actually that fight. Right there, Hera's archers need to get out and never turn around. He turned around, he lost them. Gold didn't help him any, but still, it was just perfection.
I mean, he had the other gold option at the back, right? He went to it. This was an incredible hold from Hera to just keep Leary away for that amount of time until he could get to Castle Age. But these 4 crossbows...
That was so good.
Completely derailed the game for Hera.
I think there must have been a hole, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how it got through. There must have been a hole in the wall. But every time Leary hit Hera in one area, he was expanding to the other. And the amazing thing about Leary is that his economy's perfect as well. We are approaching the highlights.
Well, we've seen this one a couple times.
Will we get stuck here again? I'm a little scared.
Welcome back, everyone, to game number 2. We've been here for the last 4.5 hours, enjoying ourselves immensely as we go back to the draft screen. Hera has to make something happen. Once again, it is his pick. He picked Thames last time around, his home map.
I think Hera should go Glacis, Dravidians. Double range archer opening is, in my opinion, the strongest opening there. He's won with it so many times. It also will likely lead to a matchup against Burgundians, which is a high pick from Leary. So you get the winning momentum. You then also eliminate a top pick from your opponent's Civ draft. That's probably what I would go for.
Can you pick humans there if you're Leary and try and match the production from the Druid?
Yeah, I think you can. You could actually play Burgundians or something on Rampart. I think that's a very good option. And I remember Leary doing it as well. I actually have a very vivid memory of him playing Flemish Militia and Skirmishers in the ladder qualifier. So mind games might be a play here. Hera could swing back the other direction. He could say, okay, I'm expecting your counter pick of humans to match my Dravidians. I'm going to play Byzantines and play 1 archer range skirmishers against your double archer opening.
I think when you're down 2-0, you can't get that deep with the draft.
Yeah.
I don't think you can rely on your opponent to pick a save and then try and counter it.
Agreed.
You just got to go towards your strengths. You got to believe in yourself, and Hera's got huge belief in himself. Even down 2-0, I think he's going to make this a very competitive game number 3 here. Leary has looked absolutely unstoppable, though.
Yeah, but we've said that before. We've said the exact words before. Someone with way too much time on their hands can go back and find us saying that with these two playing each other, okay? We've been there before. Sometimes it's like multiple chapters throughout a final. So, yeah, I really believe Hera can turn it around. And I think with how many wins he's had, you have to believe that he could turn it around until he doesn't one time. Right, until the floodgates open, until everything falls apart. And they're, I think, sending lobby codes to each other there, looking through their civs on their screen. They're about to be into it, Dave. Wow.
Unbelievable result. This is not what I expected in terms of a start. I thought they would go 1-1-1-1. I thought they'd just trade off maps on their home maps, but Leary taking it to Hera on his own home map. We've got Hera now trying to wrestle the nerves, potentially.
Yeah.
Not something he's maybe accustomed to.
Really
considering what he wants to pick here.
Very uncharacteristic to play on quite that long. I think it is just trying to get the nerves out of your system. I like to say get the frustration and tilt out of your system. If you think about it in between games, then that's affecting game number 3 more. So however long it takes you to go through the mental hurdles, you do it in the game.
I mean, he said it before in tournament sets, right? He's like, oh, I played on because I thought I was dead, but I wanted to see what could happen.
Yeah.
And other wins the game.
Yeah.
So it works for him. It didn't work here against Leary. I think it's going to be very tough to recover those types of games against Leary here at Red Bull Wololo Londinium. Let's hear it from the crowd, please. Thank you.
Let's go. That's sick. So cool.
That guy was just too cool, wasn't he? He didn't want to cheer, he didn't want to smile. You know who you are.
They're all looking too cool. Yeah, that one guy is looking too cool right now. Thank you so much, everybody. Would not be here if we didn't have the fans to buy these tickets and be in these seats. I think they sold out like record time as well.
It's like 2 days.
2 days, unbelievable. Yeah. I actually did not believe that this was possible, even though they told me it was sold out. Like all this time I've been thinking maybe our moms and dads have been buying view bots to just make us feel like we have something to do with our lives, but apparently you people are real. Thank you so much.
I've met so many new people as well the last week.
Yeah, it's been so cool. It's been very, very hard to see everyone, of course. We always try our best, but so many kind words, so many usernames that go back 10 years. As some people we've seen at multiple lands as well. But here we are, game 3.
And here we go, game 3, Stonefront. Leary playing as Kumans, Hera playing as Ethiopians. And we're going to see Hera just... He's going to go hard after Leary in this game 3. He's lost 2 in a row, lost big time last game, and I'm sure Hera hungry for some revenge, hungry to get his score on the scoreboard, hungry to get that 1 so that he can start coming back from behind in this best of 9. Leary with the advantage here early. Hera, who always the favorite, right? Always the favorite up until now. 16 S-tier tournaments in a row, being the champion, and Leary threatening that that record right now. Going to cause Hera to have to restart that record, and I think Hera going to try very hard with one of his top picks, right? Ethiopians, one of Hera's top picks in this draft. He's going to use it here on Stonefront, and we're going to see double range opening from both players. We're gonna see skirms now from Leary. We're gonna see archers from Hera. No surprise at all there. No surprise at all. Leary's going to get archer armor right away. He's gonna get the archer armor right away. Leary needs to run away, not take any pokes from those from that spear. Leary did open with 4 archers. Now he has to transition to skirms to deal with the faster shooting archers from the Ethiopians. And honestly, this is going to be a pretty bad trade here for Leary, who's going to lose the archers pretty early. And Hera on 2 ranges is going to just continue to produce his archers, and Leary going to comfortably continue to produce skirms. He's also going to add a stable and make some scouts here. We're gonna see scout addition from both players, Hera and Leary, both adding a stable so that they can produce scouts. Hera knowing that scouts and archers will be a good combination here to deal with the skirms. I'd be a little surprised here if Leary continues to press forward, knowing that he only has 3 skirms and a spear. The numbers there for Hera looking a lot better. There's also some vills there that could get some pokes in on those units. And Leary maybe being a little bit overly aggressive here with limited army on the front. Both players now with archer armor as well. Both players with double bit axe. Leary maybe a little overextended. Needs to back up to the reinforcements. He's going to back up to the reinforcements. There's a lot of scouts here. For Hera. The numbers starting to look good to be able to potentially take this fight. And Leary doesn't see it. Now he sees it. He has to back up. And he's gonna lose the scout for free here. No, but that siege workshop will go up. The siege workshop will go up. Will Leary be able to deal with this with these scouts? It feels like Hera's just in a better position here. And Leary does clear the scouts. And he's clearing the archers as well. Really nice job from Leary with this micro. Incredible job from Leary to clear up all of Hera's army. And Hera's down to 3 army. Leary with 13 army. Leary somehow pressing the advantage here. I don't know how Leary out-microed Hera in that fight. It seemed like Hera had the better units, had the better army, and had more army. He had the reinforcements from at home, and now Leary building that ram from his siege workshop. He's going to be able to press forward here, and Hera's going to lose his production. Is there anything Hera can do to stop that? There's 5 archers and 8 skirms for Leary, and Hera with only 2 scouts and 3 archers. Now Bloodline's coming in for Leary, and Hera, not his res not looking good. His res collected even with Leary, but his res to go up, not there at all. The food lacking, and Leary putting all kinds of pressure on Hera. How will Hera deal with the Rams? He doesn't have the army numbers. And if he loses the production, the snowball will continue. And Leary's just going to sit here and not allow Hera to kill that ram. And where Hera in the past has looked so incredibly dominant in so many of his sets, not looking so dominant right now. Losing his scouts. And Leary with 19 army on the field, taking out the range from Hera. Hera now can't produce as much army nearly as fast. More scouts coming in from Leary. Leary taking out the archers from Hera, taking out the scouts. Not that much army for Leary forward now, but Hera with only 4 army. And Leary going to add another military building forward. And Hera is going to have to take this ram out at some point. He can't continue to lose his production buildings. Leary not adding scouts in, kind of lacking the food right now. Adding more archers. Leary needs those scouts to meat shield for the archers. And now Hera wants to run forward and take this. He wants to take this ram out. Another stable now up for Leary, who will continue to produce those scouts. And we're going to see Leary try and move straight on to the next production building. He knows if he can kill the production buildings that Hera will not be able to keep up with the army numbers. And if Hera can't keep up with the army numbers, then he can go in and take out the eco. Hera maybe thinking about counterattack. Hera trying to get a market up here. A lot of scouts now on the field for Leary. 18 army to 11 army. Leary well ahead in the army numbers. Res collected slightly in favor of Hera. And if this range goes down, that will be 3 production buildings that Leary has cleared. Now these scouts... Will it be enough? Will these scouts be enough for Hera? Pushing back the army. And it just seems like it won't be enough. Another range goes down for Hera. And it seems like Hera does not have the army numbers or the micro ability to take on Leary's army right now. And Hera desperate to kill this ram. This ram doing so much damage to Hera's base. Over and over and over again. Hera losing his production buildings. It won't be able to keep up. And I think Leary has to feel so confident right now as he's winning again in a game 3. Feels as though it's inevitable. It's just a matter of time before Hera loses more production. And Leary fending off the scouts with his own scouts. Has a much larger army. The ball of archers for Leary so strong right now. Leary's going to try and dive to take that ram. Or, sorry, Hera's going to try and dive to take that ram. Decides against it as he's losing the scouts. No bloodlines for Hera because he doesn't get it. And Leary with these bloodline scouts. Now the market's going to go down for Hera. And Hera just can't get the army numbers on the field to counter Leary's army. It seems like just a matter of time before Hera will call the GG in this one. Big fight. Leary taking a big fight. Hera bringing in the Vills to try and assist in this fight. And 25-8 army for Leary. The market about to go down for Hera. Hera down 1k score. He's down in the res collected. He's down in the Vills. Hera losing more and more Vills here. Hera trying desperately to push this back, and he just can't get the numbers. I think we're going to see the tap out very soon from Hera, as Hera throwing more Vills at this army. Just constantly throwing more Vills. He has nothing else that he can fight with. He has to fight with the Vills. And Leary just snowballing this into Hera's base. Vill after Vill after Vill goes down. Leary with the 12-0 KD. And Hera just doesn't know what to do. Hera gets a trap on some of these archers, but there's already a whole nother army in Hera's base. And now Leary with a tap out from Hera. Hera calls the GG. Game 3. Hera overwhelmed by the pressure from Leary. Let's go, Leary. 3-0 so far.
He's got 2 more to win. Hera's been behind before. Hera has clawed it back. That is what has made his run so amazing. And Hera He's got a mountain to climb right now, Dave, here in London. If Hera wins this, it would make the victory even more unbelievable now after the start from Leary, right?
He's had comebacks before.
Yeah.
Against Leary as well. He's had comebacks before, but down 3-0 against this version of Leary.
You kind of have to wipe the slate clean at some point and just push these games out of Leary's mind even with a couple of victories. Right now it seems impossible for Hera to win, but he's still like holding on. And if Leary makes any mistakes, Hera can come back. I talked to Memb last night about this series, and Memb was saying, you know, if I had to break down the series, it's basically like Leary very consistently, maybe more than any other player, is at a 10 out of 10 in an Age of Empires 2 game. But occasionally, he falls down to an 8 or a 7, right? Whereas Hera is almost always a 9, right? He's almost always a 9. Obviously, Hera hits that 10 as well, but Hera, just overall more consistent, or more consistency rather, is why Hera has been able to get these wins over Leary. So right now, we got to see if Hera can turn it around. What a final it's been so far.
Yeah, and we're gonna give the players a moment to take a breather, soak in the crowd. We have another guest arranged in our conversion chamber.
You stand before the conversion chamber. Conversion chamber. Three questions will be asked. You will receive no indication of success or failure. Only at the end will your fate be revealed. Answer all correctly and walk free. Fail and be converted.
Question 1. What age comes after fuel?
Castle Age.
Question 2. Which civilization has portals?
Persians.
Question 3. What is the escape velocity of latest cavalry?
1.52, I guess. Not sure.
We have heard enough.
Hear the know.
We welcome the converted into our order.
Our order.
Oh, well, Sebastian, you've had some ups and downs this entire weekend, but honestly, you know, that looked like the most stressful thing you had to go through throughout this entire tournament. How was it?
Yeah, I agree. Probably the most stressful, so awkward, didn't know what to do.
You got tens of thousands of dollars on the line when you're sitting and playing Age of Empires, but the conversion chamber seems like it was much worse.
Yeah, that's top one for sure.
Look, I tell you what, we're getting the show of a lifetime up here at the Royal Albert Hall. I know there are hordes of fans here who are pleased to see your face. Sebastian, everyone! And you'd be having a fantastic time representing not just South America, but Uruguay. I saw some country folk down there as well for you.
Yeah, there is people even from Uruguay coming, so really glad to see, meet new people and all. So support has been unreal. Thank you very much, guys.
Fantastic. Very good. Well, let's turn our attention now to the very serious business of the final that we've seen unfold behind us. Leary is just something else. How is he doing this?
Yeah, I faced it myself, so I know how he does it. I mean, it's relentless pressure. He's having the control of the game the full time. So, yeah, he's playing insane, out of his mind. Yeah, he's in an insane level right now.
Well, we were chatting during that game that we were watching just now, Sebastian, and one of the things you pointed out that's key for Leary is timing. Talk to us about how he's leveraging timing in order to put Hera on the ropes.
Yeah, he's playing so fast, putting the aggression first, probably selling the stone to win the timing. And yeah, he's just insane multitasking right now. He's playing insane. So he's going back at the right moment and coming aggressive again, using the timing to castle H. So he's finding those windows.
But of course, we can't count Hera out. This is one of the most the most dominant player of today's Age of Empires. I'm sure you agree. He's definitely got what it takes to bring this one back.
Yeah, I definitely think that if one player can come back from this, it's probably Hera. So yeah, he can win for sure.
One final thing as well. Sebastian may seem like a very pleasant and easygoing gentleman, but that's just a very carefully constructed facade. Behind the scenes, he's jealous. He's needy. And I know that if he walked out, he'd pitch a fit if we didn't give him an opportunity to try what everyone else has had a go at. I know Vibe had a good time with it. You want to try it yourself? Let's see how it goes. All right, here we go, everyone. Wololo! It's good fun, isn't it?
It feels good, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sebastian, everyone! Thanks very much, Michael.
My goodness, what a reality we are living in right now. This feels like a dream. And for Leary, it's been a dream start to the finals, Dave, and he's got to continue to give Hera no room to breathe, right? You got to keep going this way.
Am I wrong in saying it still feels like a 50-50 when he's 3-0 up?
I
Just
think
because
that is-
I've seen so many Hera sets turn around.
Absolutely. No, I can't heavily disagree with that statement. Like maybe like 55-45 or 40-60, but again, we just have not seen Hera get going today. When I spoke to Viper about his semifinal yesterday, it was essentially the same. He was just like, I couldn't get there, you know. I couldn't get my brain to click with my hands. I couldn't quite get there. And then the series is over, right? And in a best of 9, that should be really difficult to have happen here eventually. You think we see peak Hera, but I think that peak Leary at the moment is smothering peak Hera. Here we are, game number 4.
Game number 4, guys. Leary versus Hera. And we're going to see Leary going Spanish on Glacies and Hera going Romans. Romans, one of the top picks on this map. Hera, with Romans in his hands, could be absolutely deadly. We're going to see Leary going 0 army. Leary going 0 army. He's getting fletching now. He does have a galley out. I'm not quite sure why we're seeing a galley. The galleys won't be super effective against Roman men-at-arms, but we're not seeing Roman men-at-arms. We're seeing archers. We're seeing archers. This is so different from what we would have seen on the ladder. On the ladder, everyone picks Romans. They go men-at-arms with the second, or with the armor upgrade that gives them extra pierce armor. Well, extra doubles the armor effects, really. And then they would go into skirms to counter the archers that the other player would produce. And here, Leary's just going galley defense, and I think Leary wants to get up, and maybe he wants to play into conks. And this is super interesting from Leary, something that you wouldn't think would be normal. Just straight galleys, right? No army, but Hera also building no army. He's only building 3 archers, and now he's building the market, and Hera's about ready to click up this Roman eco insane, and Hera not even getting fletching, right? Leary getting fletching, and Hera's up first. I think Hera may know what's coming or have an idea of what's coming, and is just going to go straight up and maybe play into some skirms or some crossbows to try and counter the potential conk play, and that's exactly what we're gonna see. Is Leary's already started to put some bills on the stone, and Hera's getting fletching now. He's gonna keep making the archers. He's got 4 archers on the field. Wouldn't be surprised to see some skirms being added in as well. Hera up about 40 seconds faster, 45 seconds faster than Leary. Leary will have to survive for those 45 seconds until he's able to get that defensive castle up at home. Leary patrolling with these galleys, looking for those archers. Does not want to allow those archers to cross over into his main base where they could take him off of stone or make it difficult for him to get that castle up. And Hera continuing to make those archers that he's going to get the archer armor upgrade for these archers. We already have fletching in, and Hera maybe just waiting for that castle timing, thinking that potentially he could deny the castle from the Spanish. And Leary not able to scout these. Does not have the scout alive. That could be potential trouble for Leary. Hera not sending a Vil forward to build a dock on Leary's side, which is a common thing that we do see often in these Glacies maps. Will be a Vil going forward to the opponent's river. Hera up 40 seconds faster. He'll have crossbow in and he'll have bodkin in. He's getting bowsaw as well, but this could be very, very dangerous for Leary. Now, this is Hera's home map. Hera loves Glacies. He's enjoyed playing it. He knows it well. He knows the timings. And here he goes. He's going to try and cross. He knows he needs to cross here to deny the castle. He knows how important it is to get across here. And Leary doing his best to hold him back. Hera not able to push through yet. Hera going to build the siege workshop and build the castle right away. And Leary doing a beautiful job keeping these crossroads from pushing. Will lose a Vil there. Might lose a second Vil here. Does lose a second Vil. Leary getting in a little bit of trouble. Hera now feeling a little bit more confident to push through. Does push through. But the conks are coming out. The Mangonel is coming out. The castle is up. The castle is up. Ballistics coming in for Hera. Hera feels like he needs ballistics here. Will Leary get that Mangonel out? He gets it out, but it's on the wrong side. And now a second TC going down for Hera. Leary feels as though he needs to push these crossbows back with this conch, and it's just one conch. Just one conch here. Oof. And this is rough. This is rough. Hera with just 5 crossbows causing absolute chaos for Leary. Ballistics now in. And Hera just getting a lot of ill kills here. He's getting the conch kills as well. And now we'll see Leary just close the gap. We're seeing more crossbows now from Hera down below, and he's going to get some more Vil kills. And Leary in a lot of trouble. Down 6 Vils, 7 Vils. And Hera with 2 TCs already. And we'll see if the conchs and the Mangonels will be enough for Leary. 3 conchs out now. 3 conchs out now for Leary. Hera will have to have more and more crossbows to deal with this. Now the mango's here. Now Hera can't push forward so easily. But Hera already on a very strong eco with 900 more res collected and a 3rd TC going up for Hera. And I think Hera feeling very, very comfortable in this game 4 as he's playing with one of his strongest civs on one of his best maps. And maybe Hera just feeling as though he needed to get a win here to regain some of that confidence in this set. Feeling as though it was starting to slip away and he wanted to get to the place where he feels confident that he can still do this. Leary with 2 Mangonels building a 3rd and 6 conchs. And I think Leary may be thinking he needs to get over to Hera's base with the conchs. And Hera's going to come forward again with these crossbows. And now Leary getting some Vil kills. No Vil kills as of yet, but Leary now knows about this TC. Good attack grounds here from Leary to keep those crossbows back. And Hera doing an excellent job. A really nice job to keep these crossbows alive. Ooh, as I say that, good shot lands for Leary. And now we have Leary going in with the conchs and Hera with a lot of Vils exposed. A lot of Vils exposed. And we're going to see a lot of Vils go down here. Hera does a good job there. Cleans up a lot of the... Oof. Cleans up a lot of the Vils there on the river, but Hera just microing out of his mind right now. Hera is going to get all 3 of these mangoes for 0 crossbows. and Hera putting on a show with the micro there with those crossbows. But as Hera does that, he loses several vills in his base to the conks. Now 4th TC going up for Hera. And now we have the crossbows back here to clean up these conks. And Hera just microing out of his mind right now. Hera playing a fantastic game 4 as we see the KDs 27-27 as the Vil kills 7-7, but the res collected. Ooh, he does take a big shot there. The res collected 2K in favor. 2K in favor of Hera. So many Vils go down. Big shot there from Leary, but there's just such a big Vil difference right now. I don't see much of a comeback condition for Leary, who suffered a little bit of early damage, got a little behind in the early game, and just can't seem to deal with the incredible micro and the fantastic eco from Hera. Just the crossbow micro has been next level in this game from Hera. Leary with only 2 army on the field. The score gap growing very fast. Leary with just not very many res collected comparatively. Down 3K res collected to Hera. And Hera with the 30 Vil lead right now. Leary still on 1 TC. Hera on 4 TC. And I think Hera, looking towards getting a castle up, clears up the last of the conks. Hera feeling very confident now with a 5th TC dropping in his base. 3K res collected ahead for Hera. And Hera's going to go forward to be able to drop that castle very soon. I think Leary working to maintain this position. Maybe thinking that if he can drop a castle forward on Hera, he may be able to gain the advantage, but Leary just so far behind in eco and maybe doesn't realize just how far behind he is. Ooh, big shot there though. Leary able to clear up a lot of the army from Hera. And another decent shot. Another good shot. Leary killing so much army from Hera. And that forward castle may be coming, but the problem for Leary will be that Hera can counter castle. And there's the castle from Leary. From Hera. Leary can't see it. Leary, not sure exactly where Leary wants to put this castle. He wants to put it right on top of the siege workshop. Hera will see this. Know about it. Hera should just be able to click imp soon. Ooh, big shot from the Mangonel from Hera. Leary goes in and snipes the Mangonel with the cogs. Really well played there from Leary. Hera microing those skirms. Ooh, Leary loses multiple cogs here. Leary trying to kill the TC here from Hera, but Hera on 6 TCs. Hera on 6 TCs with 100 Vils. Hera should be able to click to imp very soon. Maybe even thinking about buying it. Actually spends the res on skirms. Leary with a strong army as far as the value of the army. But Hera just building skirms to counter. A lot of conks coming out for Leary. Good attack grounds from Leary. Another really good attack ground from Leary. Oh, and the demo upgrade coming in for Hera, who's maybe thinking about making demos to deal with the reinforcements. And now Hera building a 2nd castle in his eco. And Leary's gonna see this 2nd castle. And I think Hera's still super confident with the amount of with the amount of vills he has, the eco that he has. He should be up very, very soon to Imp. And a lot of kills here available for Leary to get. But I think Leary may be underestimating the amount of eco that Hera has right now. And a 7th TC being placed in the north by Hera. And there is a demo out for Hera, but I'm not sure it's going to get value. These conks should just be able to kill it. And that's what happens. The conks just kill it. Kill both demos. And Hera should just be able to click Imp here. Maybe Hera refusing to click Imp, maybe hurting him a little here. Hera maybe thinking he needs more army. Hera wants the good content for the fans. It does seem that way when he builds demos. Hera thinking about the clips instead of winning the tournament. Sounds right. Hera's like, I've won enough S-tier tournaments. Instead, I want clips for YouTube. And Hera now with even army count to Leary, but 10k more res collected and double the vills. Hera with a crazy eco right now. And I think Leary just mostly unaware of how strong the eco is for Hera right now. Yes, Dan, that's true. Always thinking about the clips, never thinking about the elo. What is elo anyway? What are streamers without clips, you know? The elo can come to anybody. Second TC being added by Leary. Third TC being added by Leary. Hera added his 7th TC up in the top corner. Did lose 1 TC earlier, but it should be moments away from clicking to Imp here. And now Hera going for the counterattack. Leary sees it. Is going to split. He's going to do some micro gymnastics here. And doing a great job avoiding the skirm shots. Leary microing like a beast. Does take a shot from the castle there, though. Needs to run with these vills. And Leary maybe a little desperate now, knowing that his fate is near. Imp coming in now for Hera. Heavy plow coming in for Hera. Hera fully boomed with 135 vills, maybe even over boomed, with Romans on top of it, so the Roman eco. Really insane here. Big demo on 2 of the mangonels there for Hera. He got his clip. And Leary looking to get his own clip. Will he get one? Oh, and he hits the chickens. He kills the chickens. That'll be a negative clip for Leary. Be like, intended demo for skirms, but chickens needed to die. That'll be the title for the clip. And Hera now 50 seconds away from Imp. I think Leary will probably call the game at that point. But who knows? Maybe Leary feels as though he can wear his opponent down. Maybe take a little longer on calling the GG. Jet2KS says he was hungry, got some roasted chicken. It's true. True. They never cook their food in this game. They collect the veggies directly to the TC. I guess they eat the raw veggies. They collect the hunt. They're just eating raw meat out there. Raw boar. And there's the GG from Leary as Hera secures his first win of this set. Game 4 firmly in control by Hera. Hera really dominating this this game, but 3 solid wins for Leary and the first one for Hera. And looking forward to the rest of this set as these 2 players putting on a really good show for us. And we're going to take a look at the stats here. The KD was really good for Leary, who did kill 110 units, but the eco was soaring for Hera all game long.
It's tricky. Like, Spanish are insane. If you get
Miscellaneous Leopard, absolutely banger of a set so
But
far.
that was the first time this final that Leary went for a passive opening.
Oh, we forgot about the early part of this game where Hera pushed a full navy with like 10 crossbows.
He called his bluff. Yeah, he called his bluff. He's like, I know you're not going to upgrade those. I know you're probably going to have some eco back there you want to protect, and this was an important part of the game. If Hera sat back, I think it's much easier for Leary to have a lot of economy and to get to the Conquistadors a bit faster.
Yeah, and then if we showed the full highlights here, we'd be watching the entire game over again as Hera just managed to push back, what, 7?
Yeah.
Mangonels over the course of Castle Age here?
Yeah,
in this center area? Unbelievable splits from him.
Yeah, and this is where Leary's like, okay, finally I'll get value. And then Hera runs at it. Now, Leary was microing his Conquistadors a bit, so he did get some value. But it's okay. Like, Hera was in a position to lose villagers.
Boom.
When this happened, the villager lead was so significant that Hera always felt like he was going to be okay as long as he played a bit patient. And yeah, it's 3-1, dude. And like you said, before it was 3-0, you said it felt like 50-50. Now it kind of feels like 50-50 because we know the history of Hera coming back against Leary.
Leary still found value there. Look at how hard Hera had to work to get himself into a decent position in that game against the Conquistadors and the Siege. We are here at the Royal Albert Hall. We are 3-1 ahead for Leary, the underdog coming into this set. Hera trying to prove that he is indeed the greatest in the world.
Yeah,
$50,000 home map pick for the first time this
Sorry, Dave. I don't think it's been mentioned much. I believe it's $50,000 for first place, something like $30,000 for second place. So we're talking big money here for a game that many people thought was going away years back. We're back, baby. But just wondering now how Leary's feeling about that loss. Spanish was a very late pick. So similar to what I said when Hera lost with Turks, I don't think he's too bothered by that, especially with how many of the top picks were picked there from Hera. So let's see Leary's choice now. Will Leary go for a really big civilization like Burgundians, Georgians, Franks, his top picks, or will he stay down low on that draft with the Wu Japanese?
It really depends what map we're going to see here.
Yeah.
We've seen Thames, we've seen Glasses, we've seen Dorothea Quarry, Stonefront.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's not Loch Ness, because I don't think you want a Boomy-style game against Hera after Hera just did that.
Vikings in the pool.
Dravidians as well.
Difficult. Rampart?
I like Rampart a lot. Now, he played Cumans on that. He played Mongols on that. Spanish was actually a civ we thought might be played on Rampart because of players like MBO and Yo. Might be the map for Huns, Dave. Ended early, lots of scouts, lots of archers. It's a very open map. It's not a map that players typically can wall up very easily. So I know the crowd here probably wants to see the Huns. I was surprised to see everybody applauding once Huns was drafted. You guys are awesome. But maybe it's the Franks as well. People here in England, big fan of the Franks, maybe? Oh no, they're booing.
No, there's some French people here too.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, there's a couple boos. Wrong civ. Burgundians?
Oh man, what a sight! What a sight!
It's so sick, man. So sick. Everyone's locked in here. Everyone's reacting to every moment in the game. We love you guys. This has been awesome. Is that a Wololo right there?
I think that's Monk. I need a Monk.
No,
30?
Monk I need a Monk is 18.
Oh, true.
You done goofed, bro. You done.
It's been so
goofed.
long.
Yeah. Well, yeah, beautiful sight. I will try. I'll give it a try. Last time I said it more as a question, as a statement. But, I'm actually really nervous.
I'll do it.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Wololo!
Nice, nice. Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Well played.
We got to get production queued up. You know.
Yeah, absolutely.
You caught him off guard last night.
I did. I caught myself off guard as well. I tend to do that. So another map I want to talk about because I feel it's still very relevant in my mind is Hengehold. Hera, he played against Mapuche on Hengehold, and maybe he saw that strat from Viper and said, I like it, but there can be some slight tweaks. I really feel like the unit of choice could be, instead of the champions, it could be their Cav Archer unit, which...
The Bolus Rider.
The Bolus Rider, yes, absolutely. Bolus Rider is typically pretty good against Cav.
I don't think you can hard commit onto that, though. That's what Yo tried to do multiple times.
Yeah.
You know, he opened with the Kona and then tried to get into the Bolus Rider, and it just felt uncomfortable.
Well, I just don't expect Hera to go for Kona into the Bolus Rider. I think if you play directly into the Bolus Rider and Castlage, it could be strong. But the more I think about it, I find the early game is really uncomfortable for Hera. Maybe what you could do is you could play Mapuche on a map where players are closer together. That might be better for the Champy play. You play Spearman out of a settlement with a mix of Champies.
I can see in the reflection of the Red Bull fridge, we're in. We're totally in. There we go. Game.
All right, guys, here we go. Game number 5 between Leary and Hera. Hera playing Mapuche on Hengehold, and we're going to see Leary playing Franks. Franks has been the #1 civ on this map. I think Portuguese would actually be the #1, but it gets banned out most of the time. So Franks is the #1 because of that fact. And Hera picking Mapuche. Mapuche, a very, very interesting pick. We saw... Oh! Leary saves the Vil. Leary saves the Vil. We saw Viper pick Mapuche the other day against Hera, and Hera kind of destroyed the Mapuche. But I think Hera may be thinking Bolus Riders as Leary's only adding scouts right now. Oh, actually, Hera's making skirms. Interesting. But Viper did Champies, and the Champies were maybe a really bad choice, to be honest. But the way Hera is playing this right now, it seems as though he might work towards Bolus Riders, as he's adding a few skirms, but that's it. He's not making a ton of skirms. Leary, seeing the market, will know that Hera wants to fast up. And we'll see if maybe Leary responds with his own market. Leary not making more scouts, which I think is really good, and Leary does. Leary responds with his own market right away. He's going to get his own market down, and I think we're going to see both players racing to buy and sell. Both players are going to race to buy and sell here. I think, is it actually open in the back? I think that might actually be open in the back there. I can't tell. Ooh, and Leary with a bad micro there loses one of his scouts for free. Leary buys and sells. Oh, but the Hera gets the better prices. Hera gets the better prices, but Leary should be right behind him up to castle. And I think what Hera is thinking is Bolus Riders all day. I think what Leary is thinking, it is open. It is open in the back on the right-hand side. And I think what Leary's thinking is Knights. Leary buys up and goes to castle. We'll be up 35 seconds later. And yeah, it's completely open. Leary could get in with these scouts if he notices that it's open back there. Has Hera noticed? Does Hera know? Hera goes in with the Champy. It's just one Champy. And maybe Leary will get over there and click in. We'll see. Leary opts to... Ooh, it looked like he was going to run through. He actually could run through there. We have archers being made by Leary, and Leary's going to get fletching here. That Champy almost dead now for Hera. And Hera's going to know that whatever was in that range was let out, and I think it was just 2 skirms. And Hera using the settlements for the Mapuche. Leary doing a good job paying attention to not losing any more scouts to these spears. Hera's up, and Hera will immediately produce Bolus Riders. See the immediate production of Bolus Riders. He's also going to immediately build a monastery, which means he wants to go for the relics. He's going to add a CC right away as well. So we have TC being added. And it looks like we're going to see a forward siege workshop from Leary. We're going to see some knights from Leary. And Leary's going to know all about these Bolus Riders. He's already got the crossbow and bodkin techs on the way. And Leary may be trying to pick off a few of these vills or at least get some damage. Leary needs to save the scouts. He's going to save the scouts. Mangonel now coming out for Leary. Leary also making monks. Scorpions for Hera. I don't love this from Hera. Maybe Hera doesn't know about the siege workshop from Leary? Is it possible? Is it possible that he just hasn't spotted it? And Hera trying to use these Bolus Riders. I think Hera knows about this from Leary, but I'm not completely sure. Leary trying to run away with the Cav, but it's very hard against this Bolus Rider unit. And just one monk out for Leary, but that monk is picking up relics. No ballistics for Leary is going to be a problem. And Hera with half the army. Oof. Monk goes down there for Leary. And Leary looking to see what Hera's up to, and he's actually figured it out. He's figured it out. The knights have actually gone through. The crossbows will run through. Hera not paying attention. Hera not paying attention at all, and Leary runs right in. And now Hera's going to have to abandon his wood line. He's going to have to abandon the wood line. He's going to try and get out of here with the vills. And Leary with a good find here. Leary should be able to run after that Mango and that Scorpion with his knights, and I think he gets both. He should get at least one. And he runs back here with the others. Ooh, and a big Mango shot there. And Hera looking very strong with these Bolus Riders. Maybe Leary regretting not banning all of the South American civs now. As Leary seeming to struggle in this matchup. Leary does not have a second TC up. Oh, wait, no, he does. He got a second TC as well. No ballistics here, proving really bad to be very bad for Leary. And Leary just throwing away the archers now. Does kill a few Bolus Riders. Leary now getting ballistics, and he's going to switch to skirms. I think Leary may be feeling a little bit rough in this position, as Franks is primarily a Cav Civ with knights and really cannot play into any Cav units against these Bolus Riders. And Leary wants the attack ground. He wants the attack ground against these Bolus Riders. Very mobile unit in Castle Age. And Hera continuing to expand his eco. Elite skirm coming for Leary. Big attack ground from Leary. Big attack ground. Kills a lot of Bolus Riders there. Really good shot there. Gonna help Leary out quite a bit in keeping those numbers low. And the elite skirm's coming in. And Leary loses the monk. And I think Leary not happy about that. Also probably will lose this Mangonel. He gets the repair. He gets the repair on it. Another big shot there from Leary, though. And that Mango goes down. Mango also goes down for Leary. Both players lose a Mangonel there. Two more Mangos coming forward from Hera. Third TC now up for Hera. Third TC going up for Leary. Not that many skirms on the field right now from Leary, and Hera on a hill here. Have to take into account that Hera is on the hill there. And now Hera will probably get these relics from Leary's Monastery. 6-vil lead for Hera. 1.3k res collected lead for Hera. Good shot there from Leary. He got the shot in for free. But Hera should be able to come forward and repair. Ooh, big shot there on that Mango for Leary. Leary loses the Mangonel. Leary with only 6 skirms on the field right now. And no armor upgrades on these skirms. And I think that Hera will feel very favorable about this game right now. And Leary trying to get some knights so that he can take on those Mangonels, but honestly, Leary needed that second Siege Workshop a lot earlier. Alright, sleep well by Yellow. Sleep well. And I think we're going to see this range go down, and Leary just does not seem to have an answer to the Bolus Rider. So many Bolus Riders. 3 TCs for both players. 12-vil lead for Hera. 2k res collected lead for Hera. Hera with Bowsaw and Wheelbarrow. Wheelbarrow just now coming in for Leary. 3 knights inside that stable for Leary. Big shot there. Big shot there for Hera, and 4 Mangonels now for Hera. I think Leary close to tapping out here. And Jet2K says Leary knew there was a reason why he banned South American civs, and it's true. It's true. He did know there was a reason, and we're seeing right here just how good the Bolus Rider can be. And situationally, it can be very strong. And this is the right situation. This is where it is strong. Good attack ground there from Leary. Really good attack ground, but now he's gonna... Ooh, he doesn't lose it. Where we thought maybe he would lose the Mango, he doesn't lose it twice, but he does lose all of his skirms. And I think Leary will call the game here as this TC goes down and the score drops for him. Seems as though the win is inevitable here in this game 5 for Hera. Leary going to lose another Mangonel. Big shot there from Leary, who didn't lose that Mangonel right away. And now he loses his only other Mangonel, and the GG is called. The GG is called, and Hera will take game 5. 2-3. Hera with 2 wins.
This is
Leary
what
with
the best
3.
of competition looks like. Sometimes
So
you
good.
will have some instances where there's a game which is back and forth the entire time, and we've had some close games here. But with these two, it almost takes me back to 2021 when they faced in one of the online finals. Sometimes it's like who can gain the initiative, and they're both so good they don't lose the initiative, and they eventually hold it and go for the kill. So obviously for Leary, you're still up 3-2, but Hera's locked in right now, dude. He's got the momentum. He's got to be feeling very good, especially using a civilization like that. Mapuche was the one that we really looked at, and even Membenili mentioned. We weren't sure what we were going to see from that, but it looked very convincing.
He made the Bolus Riders look really, really good, and I love the strategy to try and go for them. Leary, with the crossbows, maybe caught him off guard at the beginning of Castle Age, but it didn't matter. The crossbows got in, and Hera managed that so well. He pulled the villagers immediately, he went for the quick walls, and then he pulled his army back to clear it up, and Leary never got another opportunity.
I think for Leary, he will regret diving with that army. If he holds the hill with the siege, his siege workshop always has the opportunity to produce more. He can reinforce it with monks. A lot of that fight is taken right in the front of Hera's base, but he saw an opportunity, just like we did. He thought that you could get max damage from that, but there was no damage to be found, really, because of the excellent defense.
Yeah, I'd actually like to hear from Nilly and Mem right now, if we can hear it for them. They're going to analyze what they've seen over these first 5 games.
Well, guys, Nilly, we have 2 finals. The first 3 games with a great domination by Leary, but Hera want to make it the most complicated yet, right? With the last 2.
That is the dream, right? We got the crowd hype with a 3-0 lead for Leary, and now Hera is crawling back. Basically split after 5 games. We couldn't wish for a better set.
Well, that's the key in those first 2 games, for example. In the first games from Leary, that you have seen that he has dominated, quite clear.
Well, we have prepared some highlights, and I will try to work you through what I think happened here. In game number 1, it was that Hera walked into the wrong direction. You have a pathway between 2 players. Hera sent all his army towards the bottom, while Leary knew that the distance was at the top. And therefore, Leary could attack Hera with the armies in the wrong direction and couldn't weather the storm. Nice skirmisher micro here.
As you can see here, I mean, in this game, he was attacking constantly. He never let Hera to breathe. I don't think Hera did a single counterattack to his opponent.
Yeah, and now
only with 1 tile there.
Yeah, and the faster production, right? Splitting off the skirmishers here, dodging all the ballistics, CA. And then we are going into game number 2. This was a really nice engagement for both of them. Hera cleared up the army, did not play the market, so he had 200 stone and still didn't build the tower. That's a big question mark for me. He had no army for the defense, and then Leary came in, pushed him away from the gold, and got the crazy crossbow timing. This was really nice micro, but the decision-making after that, a bit on the questionable side. Here we see all the villagers idle, 0 villagers on gold.
Yeah, I also remember that I think in this game there was another second key now. He was going to send some units, not so many. After this engagement, he's going to send behind this. Look at that
the 4 crossbows that are coming in.
Those frost crossbows was basically the game here.
Yeah.
It was snowballing so badly from here.
Yeah. He also could have had those 4 crossbowmen together with the main army, right? And that might have been tricky as well. And here Hera, it felt like he was slipping a bit, but against 2 Mangonauts, all the crossbowmen, low HP CA, it was tricky. Maybe the hand's still a bit cold. Also, the unfortunate pause for him there.
Everyone remembered this battle, you know, because he replayed here several times. He never found those buildings in the corner. So Hera got lucky. A little bit lucky, you know.
Now we're jumping into game 3.
Yeah, in the game 3 was the typical command, but even to the next level. He made siege workshop with 1 run. He killed all the buildings to his opponent. It was massive efficiency and was doing all the aggression with the advantage that Kumans here got the bloodlines. He was going all the aggression as well, Hera, but Kumans with bloodlines and the ram and Leary. When he get the initiative, never stop pushing.
Yeah, and archers alone couldn't do the job, right? So many skirmishes out here by our human player. Now the big engagement, but as you said, bloodlines against no bloodlines. More HP on those scouts.
Yeah, I mean, look, he did like 4 or 5 archers. So Hera was trying everything, but you can see here the population. But the thing here is that like 3-0. And then Leary go with a 3-0 Spanish in this map. I mean, he's
pick number 10.
Yes, the last pick. So he's trying to go probably for the conks, obviously, and maybe for the late game. But here, I read this perfectly. Come with his archers and his micro. He take everything from the start.
Archers did a lot of damage, and then the follow-up with all the skirmishers against the Conquistadors were really great. Were you a bit scared at one point when the Mangonauts were hitting?
Nah, no, not really, because he got a big advantage so early, and then he did 1 castle in this area, and as soon as he was going to try to dive into his base, he made a 2nd castle as well. When you have 2 castles in those 2 areas, you know that you are going to be fine. I mean, there was some kill. The KD was insane in favor to Leary, but even like that, it wasn't enough.
Yeah, probably the KD might have been in Leary's favor, but the army value killed. Probably in Hera's favor there, because Conquistadors really costly in comparison to the skirmishers.
Yeah, and then at this point the game more or less was over. You will see that he would have the castle soon.
Nice defensive castle here. Hera realizing that's the only way how he could lose the game.
He got it there. And he got that back. He was doing a great micro, but I think he was just waiting to see in case that he wasn't going to go up to Imperial.
And then we're going into game number 5, right?
DLC! Buy the DLC, Leary! Buy the DLC! You need the DLC!
Where we have to ask ourselves, like Leary, typically banning Mapuche, Murska, and 2B. Ask himself 2P or not 2P. And now he actually allowed Mapuche on there. Why? We don't know.
Why?
It might actually be the case that he have never played against the strategy.
Well, as you have seen, he did everything. Crossbows, skirmishes, with ballistic on Leary's hand. And they did nothing to the Bolas Riders.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing.
Some good Mangonel shots there from time to time, but I don't know. I would be surprised if Leary played more than 3 games against Bolas Riders, because he didn't play against them in this tournament.
He's not going to play more. He's not going to play more against them. And then what we can see here now from Leary, what it is, because being 3-0 ahead, now 3-2, what do we can expect?
Well, I'm really happy that Hera found his ground, right? At one point, I felt like, okay, we wanted a close final. Some people are cheering for Leary, but no one wanted a 5-0. So I'm super excited, and I think both will play the best.
And we go with Tristan and Dave.
All right, we're back here. Thank you, Nilly and Mem. We are in game number 6.
Here we go, guys. We're going to be into game number 6. Volpine. And it's going to be Georgians for Leary and Byzantines for Hera. And I think Byzantines have been one of the best civs on this map. Georgians, maybe not as common of a pick for this particular map, but also a very strong civ here. I would have loved to see Burgundians here from Leary. I'm a little surprised we didn't see Burgundians here. Maybe he's saving them for later pick. Maybe we'll see them later on in an important capacity. But right now, we're going to see Leary open archers, and we're going to see Hera also open archers. Fletching coming in for both players. Double bid axe already in for both players. Leary adding scouts. Leary going to add that stable. I don't know if we're going to see the addition of a stable for Hera just yet. Maybe when he sees the stable, right? We'll see a stable from Hera as well. Sorry about that, guys. Trying to fix something real fast. Okay. All right. So we have Leary off to a really good start with the res collected. Seems to be up 200 res. I'm not sure exactly what Hera's doing with his eco, but Leary doing something well with his. Archer armor coming in for Hera, and Leary already in his base and getting that first blood there, killing the spearmen with the archers. And I think we'll see a stable addition from Hera now. Now that Hera knows that Leary is on a stable, we'll probably see some kind of stable addition from Hera, or maybe a second range. But I think most likely we'll see a stable. Chickens being collected by Hera. I actually think the chickens being collected by a mule cart is part of the difference here. For Leary. And yeah, I think that's what we're seeing. Exactly. The chickens being collected by the mule cart, just a faster collection for Leary. So getting up there in the res collected early, which is really nice. 300 res collected ahead already for Leary, and will make it for a much faster castle for Leary. Look at Leary's res already. He's just about ready to click. Now, he does have less archers here. He does need to be careful. He doesn't have the archer armor upgrade. This could be a bad fight for him, and I think Leary... Does he recognize this is a bad fight? Oh, and he loses the scout, and this just feels like the wrong time to engage. And Leary losing some archers early. Leary's going to lose both scouts. And now Leary forced to run with these 4 archers. And Hera is going to push. He's going to push these archers, and I think we'll lose... Leary will lose all the archers here. Leary not adding any more archers. He's now adding skirms. I think Leary will probably opt to play into cav archers when he does get up. He's getting horse collar now. Horse collar is in. Leary up much faster, though, than Hera. Hera's still not clicked. Hera with 7 vills in the queue. Maybe needs to buy or sell, but adding a stable instead. And now Hera recognizes he was over-queued with the vills. He unqueues a bunch of vills, but he still doesn't have the gold to click. And Leary will have a much faster uptime. This fight for Hera was a fantastic fight. Hera looking like he is very enthusiastic about tying this up to 3-3. Leary really needs to be careful, play clean so that he can walk away with this 4th win. And now Hera on his way up. He'll be up a full minute and 40 seconds later than Hera. Than Leary. Hera getting the armor upgrade on his cav. Maybe thinking about camels? See, he doesn't have any scouts. I'm thinking probably knights or camels for Hera. Hera not adding any archers or skirms now. Leary getting bodkin. Leary adding a second TC, a 3rd TC. Leary decides that this game is the game to greed. And Leary will add 2 TCs right away. No shame for Leary. Leary says, I don't need that much army. TCs are just fine. He's going to get Bowsaw as well. And Leary not adding much army, just adding a few knights in here. Hera still 40 seconds away from being up, and Leary will have a very nice eco lead. Hera gets another good engagement here, picks off the archers. Leary running away with the knight. Doesn't want to take the engagement yet. Maybe wants both knights. Doesn't even have armor on these knights. Maybe looking for some Vil kills with these knights. Second TC added right away from Hera. Will he add a third? We're going to see a third TC right away from Hera. So Hera doing the same thing as Leary, just a little bit slower. And Leary can't get in with these knights. Doesn't know where the army is for Hera. Now he knows where that army is. Does take a few shots, but these knights can heal up. You just run away with the knights with Georgians, and they can heal up pretty fast. Now the camel's coming for Hera. And we're going to see a university from Hera. We're going to see a monastery from Hera. Leary adding some CA, getting one CA. Getting the elite skirmisher upgrade. Leary with the Vil lead. 5 Vil lead. Leary with 400 res collected lead. And Leary trying to be cheeky, get the wall in on that scout. And Hera gets away with the scout. Hello, Ed Borges Philo, what's up? And we have a monastery now for Leary. No monks yet. We have camels coming forward now for Hera. Elite skirmisher upgrade coming in for Hera. I think we'll see ballistic soon from Hera as well. Now we have a monk coming out for Leary. Leary adding a siege workshop in the back. Would love to see a few more fortified churches from Leary to boost the eco and to fortify his position. Hera adding a lot of farms very early. Hera's eco looking very strong. Leary's Georgian eco even stronger. 600 more res collected for Leary. Leary may be thinking about Manaspa as he's collecting a lot of stone. Hera continuing to add a lot of farms. Now the university going to go up for Hera. Hera collecting the relics. Already has one. Securing a third. Or grabbing a second and a third. That he's bringing home now. Leary. Still no wheelbarrow for Leary. Hera getting wheelbarrow now. 13 skirms and a mangonel for Leary. 2 monks on the field for Leary. The knights and 2 knights and a cav archer dive in for Leary. They dive in, but Hera's right there with the camels. We're going to see the quick walls. The good quick walls here for Hera. And we'll maybe just see... these knights are going to just pick off a few Vils before they die. And they get 2 Vils. So some value from those knights. A 4th TC being added by Leary. And does Hera know? Does Hera realize? He doesn't see it. He does not see it. And Hera just getting his army together. Leary moving out with his skirms and his mangonels. Will Leary be able to secure any relics? 4th relic on the way home for Hera. No relics collected so far. Leary adding a castle on the left-hand side. And this has been one of the longer games so far of this set. A really nice job from both players to get their ecos into good positions. We're going to see some attempted monk conversions here. One comes in. Only one conversion. Leary needs to delete the camel. He doesn't have time to delete the camel. Very unfortunate on the conversions there. Big mangonel shot there for Leary. Another big mangonel shot for Leary. And that house, kind of a clutch house for Leary. Another big mango shot. Leary ahead by 12 vills, ahead by 1k res collected, but Hera with the army lead here. And we have to remember, Byzantine's a top pick on this map, mostly because of their imp timing. Their cheap units and their imp timing. And look at the resources for Hera. He's about ready to click up. And he's gonna do that. And look at the resources for Leary. Not even close to clicking. This is the difficulty. This is the difficulty of being up against the Byzantines. The timings are so incredibly good. And there it is. Hera clicks up and he's going to have a forward castle. And this forward castle is going to be right on top of Leary's TC. And Leary, maybe desperate to get up here, won't have enough res for his own. Or he has the res for the counter castle. Will he be able to get it up, though? There's so much army there for Hera. I think Leary's just going to opt to run with the vills. He knows he's going to lose the position. I think he's just going to run with the vills. And Leary maybe not wanting to reveal how many mangonels he has there. Leary going to raid with the Manaspa. I like the choice from Leary to just raid with the Manaspa. Leary with the score lead, but only temporarily, and mostly because he's not clicked to imp. We need to see the selling and the buying here from Leary, as he's going to lose his position on the right-hand side of the map. He has to secure the left-hand side. No relics for Leary. So as this game gets later, Hera will have more and more of an advantage. Imp is on the way for Leary. This castle should go up for Leary. Believe this castle will go up. Leary, Hera does not know about the castle on the left. And there will be 2 castles on the left for Leary. Only 1 on the right from Hera. We have vills going to this wood line for Leary. I don't know if this is a misclick. Leary adding a lot of Manaspa. Not a ton of army for Hera. So this imp timing will not be super deadly. Leary may be thinking he can't finish that TC right now. Imp in for Hera. And we're going to see Bracer and Chemistry right away for Hera. Hera is actually outposting the map right now. Leary with a lot of vills. A very good eco. Does have the res lead. But, that's his imp TC! Leary! Leary, how could you make this decision? Oh, Leary. Oh, Leary, not in the final, not like this. Not like this. And Leary doesn't notice it. He doesn't realize that he had it in that front TC. Oh, he queues it back up. The horror. Oh, how Leary must feel right now, having done that, made that mistake. Now, Leary will clear all of the army for Hera, which is very good for Leary. Leary still does have the res collected lead, but being up so much later is going to really hurt Leary's chances in this game. Game 6, such a crucial and important game where Leary had a good chance, and oh my, how he must be feeling right now. And yes, this is live, Iron Chef. And now Heavy Camel comes in for Hera, and Leary with a lot of Manaspa will have to find an answer here. Does not have ballistics still either. No ballistics yet. And the raid's coming in for Leary. Leary's starting to raid big time. Hera losing a lot of vills. Does Hera know that was the imp TC? No. Hera does not know that was the imp TC. I'm sure he will after this game, though. A lot more army and more vills for Leary. Leary probably not aware that he's not in that bad of a position if he can just hold on this side. And there's not that much army here for Leary. Hera with not that much army either. But enough to hold off the attacks from Leary on those trebs. And hopefully Leary convinces himself to stay in this game because Leary's position is not that bad. He actually has more res collected. He has more vills. If he could simply hold on here, he could get into really good comp with the Hussar. He could go Hussar, Halb. Maybe be able to push this back. Hussar, Halb, Manaspa. Leary can't take this fight. He needs to run. Can't take the fight quite yet. Needs Halb on the field. Has a lot of res. Needs to spend the res. Has a lot on gold right now. He's getting Elite Manaspa. I like the Elite Manaspa choice. Very good choice from Leary. Hera now with much more army on the field, as Hera's army is very cheap and easy to mass. Leary desperately needs to get Halb. And misclick for coinage from Leary, but he cancels it. Leary needs to be patient here. Cannot take this fight right now. Leary needs to be patient here, and Halb is on the way. Leary being patient. Needs to get ballistics. Needs to get bracer. Doesn't have the res to do it quite yet. Will lose the castle on the bottom of the map. Probably not enough production for the Halbs right now. One of the issues that Leary may be having here. Leary lacking some of the upgrades for them in Aspa. Leary taking a fight here, but this is not a good fight for Leary. And I think the GG will be called here, as the game is starting to snowball in Hera's favor. GG called, and what a tragic game 6 for Leary, who got Imp in his forward TC and lost it to the castle. And the series is tied up now.
Insert the same thing for Leary.
Leary needs it.
Yeah, he needs to reset big time. And part of what we said with Hera was find a map where it's not as dominant with the aggression early. So I think that's part of it for Leary. But in reverse, try and get back to your civs that can apply early pressure, but also the maps. But like, that's gotta hurt. We've all lost our imp TCs again before. The upgrades being missed, the army being lost. Fatigue starting to set in, maybe. This is a marathon, not a sprint, and a best of 9 is very, very long.
Hera's got that stamina. We've said it before. Hera loves these long sets. He loves the long games. He plays towards them. He played towards it here. He found himself actually in a position where he could be the aggressor.
Yep.
And he took the reins here. Leary struggling to defend. I think he thought he had ballistics. I really do.
I mean, so think about your typical timing.
Oh, God, don't show me this.
Yeah, that was sad, obviously. But think about your typical timing when you're Leary. You go for the army early, you go for ballistics early, you ease into the town centers. That was very un-Leary-like to add the TCs, and so the typical timing's out the window, and so you think you have a few things. I think that's what that was. I'm not really sure if ballistics changes the game much. I just think that Byzantines, you need to pressure Byzantines more, and he felt like he simply didn't have the option anymore after he lost that feudal engagement. The feudal engagement was the biggest thing here. Look at that shot, dude. Look at that shot. 3-3.
Wololo, Londinium. 3-3 in our best of 9 grand final. You can feel the tension here. 3 wins in a row for Leary, 3 wins in a row for Hera. Who's going to take the next one? I think that'll swing the set heavily.
Yeah, Leary just gonna grab a snack here, making me a little hungry, but not as hungry as the guy sitting right next to us.
With a pizza?
The multiple of you guys have a pizza right next to us. Now, thank you, that's very nice though. I don't think I can eat in cast. They'd probably not bring me back. Oh man, we got some merch out there. We've got the Age of Empires copies. We've been able to sign some of that this week. Crowd getting hyped here. Loey the legend, let's go. Love to see it, guys. Love to see it. Should we do a poll right now on maybe who they think's gonna take this final, Dave?
I think the results would have been very different after the third game versus
Yeah,
the
true.
sixth game.
We should have done it after every game and seen how the percentages change with the sound here.
Oh man. Boy. Well, let's see what we caught up with Hera earlier in the week, so let's see what he had to say before we get into game number 7 here.
I think when it comes to me versus the rest of the competition, I just feel like I'm the player with the most complete package. With that being said, there's a lot of killers out there, and that could definitely cost me in the right moments. The 2 new maps make it so you have some kind of element of surprise. A lot of the other maps have been played and we know a lot of the strategies there, but the 2 new maps lets you kind of come up with something completely different, which I think is nice. Expect some surprises there.
We've got one of those maps remaining in the draft.
Yeah, we do.
We
Actually,
have Blue Wells.
I think we have both. Actually, I think Loch Ness has yet to be played. I think we will see that
Loch Ness
at
was
some point.
not
but
a new map, though.
Yeah, that's true. And then Loch Ness is like new, I think, for this for the
this
ladder
tournament.
qualifier or this
Yeah.
tournament. Yeah. And Stonefront, not a map I thought would be played too heavily this tournament. I have seen it a couple times.
Hera getting ready. Leary trying to reset. There's got to be an incredibly frustrating moment there when he realized that he lost his MTC. We could see it in his reaction. And he's been here so many times.
That's the thing. That's the thing.
Similar situations.
That's the thing. Like, I almost don't want to repeat the numbers of how many times he was ahead, how many times it was close.
It's almost a curse
yes.
at this point.
Yeah.
We need to break it.
Leary, he's got to come back to where he was the first 3 games. This best of 9 has become a best of 3, and the crowd heating it up here. There's no better time. Best of 3 for the championship.
Can Leary break the curse? Can Hera continue his reign at the top as Red Bull Wololo champion again?
I'd like to see the draft. I'd really like to see the draft again here. We don't know the map yet. We'll find out soon, but I'd like to speculate a little bit. I know Hera's got a top pick of Dravidians. I would assume at this point that is going to be for Loch Ness just because of how water dominant that is. Hera hasn't had a lot of expression on his face throughout these finals, but I'm seeing a little bit more confidence now than I was after the first 3 games.
Rightfully so.
Yeah.
What a comeback for him. What an accomplishment. You're down 3-0 against Leary. You're getting absolutely smothered every single game. And then you manage to pull out 1 win, 2 wins, and then that one right there. You make your own luck, right? He was the one trapping that TC, or killing it with the castle, rather.
Yeah, so kind of crazy that we're down to the final 3, and 2 of the 3 water maps are going to be featured. Rampart is the one that's excluded from that. Rampart is like full-on land pressure, full-on send it. I'm going to save that one for now. But like Blue Wells, I could see Japanese. I could see well, we've got Rampart here. So we know the final 2 games will incorporate some water. Here, though, it's going to be the Flemish militia from the Burgundians of Leary, hoping to move out
Here we go, guys. Game 7, Leary as Burgundians, Hera as Vikings. I am so surprised by Vikings on this map. I don't know why we have Vikings on this map, as I don't think it's a good civ here. But Leary's Burgundians is going to be such a good pick here. Yeah, Vikings is a surprise. I am very surprised by Vikings. On this map, Vikings does not make a lot of sense. We're going to see Burgundian Flemish Militia. And then, okay, we're going to see Archers from Hera. And then we'll see what building. Okay, it's going to be Flemish Militia and Skirms, which is just it's the meta with this civ. Burgundians was considered a top 5 civ during the ranked ladder qualifier, and it's been banned out in most of the drafts. Very surprised it wasn't banned in this draft, and Leary ends up with it. This civ being right behind civs like Koreans. That was definitely the favorite civ during the ranked qualifier. And Leary right away is gonna go get a Vil pick from Hera. He's gonna go get a Vil pick from Hera. And Leary just putting the pressure on super fast, super early. Hera's going to try and pick this skirm off, but there's a Flemish militia right there. Right? Flemish militia right there. We already have fletching in for Leary. Fletching is also in for Hera. Hera playing archers. Leary playing Flemish militia and skirms. A lot more army on the field right now for Leary. And Leary putting immense pressure onto Hera. He's going to get the first armor upgrade on his infantry. Hera looking like he wants to add a lot of eco here. Maybe he wants to hit that crossbow timing. He's going to get the first melee upgrade. And Hera's going to add scouts here. It's going to be scouts and archers from Hera. But Leary's army seems like it's going to be overwhelming here very soon. Oh, and Leary leaves us a lone skirmisher by itself over here. And that skirm almost goes down. And Leary needs to be careful to take advantage of these army numbers. Not sit on the outside, but really needs to dive in here and get some value. And maybe some pathing issues here for Leary, as his Burgundian Flemish militia do not seem to be going in the right direction. They seem to be continually pathing wrong. And it looks like Leary is massing up some more on the other side. Maybe wants a two-pronged attack. And Leary maybe going to go around the outside here and hit both sides at the same time. Leary closer to going up than Hera, but only slightly. Don't know if there's a market yet. And now Leary on the front with more Flemish militia. And Hera's going to take the fight. I think Leary will be very happy with that fight, as he's going to clear up most of the scouts from Hera. And now in the back, Leary's going to get some Vil kills, or at least get some idle time and some damage. And a really nice job from Leary to clear up a lot of this army from Hera. Leary now up 17 to 12 in the army numbers. And Leary is up to Castle Age. Leary up to Castle Age. And Hera really not that close. And Hera deletes the mining camp and maybe wants to go for some kind of a trap here. Deletes the mining camp. Looks like he may be thinking about it. No, no stable now for Hera, or no second stable for Hera. This one Vil goes down for Hera. Another Vil will go down for Hera, and this wood line is exposed. Now archers coming in. Leary needs to be aware. Does he see it? Does he realize? Is he paying attention? He sees it, and he gets the walls down. The house walls are down. And Leary very close to getting to castle. Needs to be careful here to not lose too many Vils to these archers. And Leary looking for his own value against Hera, and Hera having to run with the Vils. The res collected in favor of Leary. The KD in favor of Leary. Still no Castle Age time. Still no Castle Age time from Hera. And Vikings still an odd pick to me here. We're going to see more Vils go down from Hera. Leary trying to deal with maybe the archers at home, because he doesn't seem to be paying too much attention to this army. And Leary needs to be careful. He's losing all of his Flemish militia to the TC. And what a mistake there from Leary, as he loses all the Flemish militia to the TC. Leary throwing away so much army there and putting himself in a bad position. Leary, who looked to be far ahead in this one, now having a hard time as most of his army gets cleared up. Leary now adding second armor upgrade and squires. A lot of weak scouts in here from Hera, but maybe those scouts get some value here. No. The scouts take a few more pokes, and now they're very weak scouts. And those scouts really not getting any value here. Oh, they get a Vil. They get a Vil right as I say that. More army now going forward for Leary. Leary adding some knights, and I like this from Leary. Leary may be thinking that he can make the transition to Cavalier. Maybe transition away, and Hera. Is Hera considering a fast imp? Look at his res. I don't think so. I think he's going to get crossbow and play standard here. And the knight coming in on the gold there from Leary, and Hera having to deal with that. A lot of archers now. Get a crossbow in 20 seconds. Bodkin in 30. A lot of what will be crossbows gonna be in Leary's eco soon. Knights with only the first armor upgrade for Leary. And will Leary try and dive in here? No, Leary's going to back off with these knights. He knows he can't take that fight yet. A lot of Vils go down on the front, though. Leary clears up what looked like 6 or 7 Vils. And Hera's being pushed back off of his gold here. More Vils going down here for Hera. Hera loses 3 more Vils, and the crossbows are getting cleared over on the right-hand side from Hera. And now Leary 10 Vils ahead. 10 Vils ahead, but equal army numbers. Leary getting the second armor upgrade on his Cav and has 5 knights now on the field. I like this from Leary. I like this a lot from Leary. Hera forced to abuse the market. Hera completely forced to abuse the market. Leary needs to save these knights. Needs to save them until he gets the second armor upgrade. Needs to be very careful with the knights. Doesn't want to lose these knights or the HP off the knights. He's got 7 knights. Once the second armor comes in, could be in a good position to take a fight. He's also got a Scorpion on the way. And Leary gets a good shot off with the Scorp. He's going to close in with the knights. He's got double armor on these knights. These knights could seal the deal. Or maybe he will wait for Cavalier. Who knows? Maybe he'll even wait for Cavalier. Oh, but he doesn't want to wait too long. Doesn't want to wait too long. There's 3 exposed Vils on the right-hand side. Leary might take some damage here. 4 exposed Vils. He needs to run with those Vils. Leary with 10 fully upgraded knights. He's waiting for Cavalier. I like this patience from Leary. I like this patience. He needs to be patient. He wants to get to the top of the hill. He's got monks. He's gonna get Cavalier here. No second TC from either player. Leary being very patient. He's waiting for that Cavalier. Waiting for Cavalier. He's got second armor upgrade, the first melee attack upgrade. He's up 400 res collected. Leary patiently waiting. Wants to take a good fight. Hera adding that second TC. Hera adding that second TC. Leary now with 12 Cavalier. Maybe thinking about going out and finding those crossbows. Third TC being added by Hera. This is where things get dangerous. If Hera can get that eco running, Leary could be in trouble. Leary needs to be careful. A lot of army from Hera on the field. A lot of army from Leary on the field. Maybe Leary needs to think about some raids. Hera adding 2 TCs. Leary not aware of this. Leary also has the 600 res collected lead, has 11 Vil lead, but that will evaporate very quickly if Hera is able to establish his eco. With having handcart, a big benefit to the Vikings. And Leary sees the TCs. He now knows about the TCs. Will he add TCs himself? Maybe come forward with a Siege Workshop, potentially. Devotion in for Leary, as Leary doesn't want to lose Cavalier. Doesn't want to lose Cavalier to Monks from Hera. Leary coming in for some big raids on the gold. Coming in for some raids on the wood line. Doesn't find any Vils on the wood line. Needs to realize that there's raids coming in. Does have a monk there to push the knights back. And Hera actually gets a conversion. Very lucky conversion on a Cavalier here for Hera. And a good conversion there for Leary. Taking a fight with the Cavalier. Another conversion maybe will come in for Leary here. And Leary's going to dive. Leary's going to dive with all the Cavalier on the monks. He's going to dive onto the crossbows. He's going to take the fight under the TC. This is going to be the moment for Leary. He needs to clear the crossbows. And Hera's going to hop in and out of that TC. But more Vil kills for Leary. Leary getting some good kills here. Getting the score lead. Did clear a lot of the army. Second TC being added for Leary. Lot of Cavalier. Way more army for Leary on the field. Way more army. What an even game this has been. Leary with 1k more res collected. A better KD. A lot more Vils killed. Does have a lot of Cavalier. He could start thinking about taking TCs down with this amount of Cavalier. He's going to kill the monk. There will be no conversion. Not today. Maybe one from the monk that just popped out. No. The Mangonel's here now, and it's going to be hard. Oh, and he gets an auto conversion. Very fortunate for Hera here, who's most likely going to get that. No! The Mango stays alive. Stays alive. Leary's going to go in for raids. Leary feeling confident. No, he pulls back. He pulls back yet again. Now, wheelbarrow in for Leary. Leary now does not have the Vil lead anymore, as Hera has 3 TCs. Leary needs to be confident here. He needs to be confident. He needs to go in and raid hard and keep Hera from getting into a good position. Alright, Leary's gonna see the... Does he see it? Does he see it? He should see the chopped trees on the left-hand side. He temporarily saw that position. And there is a monk over there. Leary with a lot of army. Might lose a Mangonel here though to one Cavalier, or to one knight. And Hera, although it was looking like he was in a rough position, looking a lot better now, and all of Leary's army is out of position. Okay, here he goes. He's getting back in position. Leary maybe thinking about killing this TC. A lot more army on the field for Leary. Close Vil count. Close Vil count for both players. Res collected, still in favor of Leary. And now, ooh, Leary going to take out a monk over here. Maybe. Oh, the Vil's blocking. And Hera gets 2 conversions. Somehow, Hera gets 2 conversions there. A lot of Vils going down for Hera, though. A lot of Vils going down. And Hera's going forward with like 30 Vils to build a castle in the middle of Leary's base. Will Leary have the army to stop that? Big shot on the crossbows from Leary. Big shot. And Leary should see this. He should see this castle. He should know about it. And are there going to be Cavalier that are going to be able to come in and clear these vills? Big raids for Leary. Big raids. And that castle could be huge. Some Cavalier now coming in for Leary, but that castle's going to go up. The castle's going to go up. And Leary's going to have to move away with so much of his eco. But the Cavalier raiding Hera to death. Hera down to only 8 army, no, 7 army. And Leary's just going to run away and build a TC on the left-hand side. And there goes that TC. Are we going to see... There's so many vills that need to be evacuated from this area for Leary. And somehow, some way, Hera is still in this game. And Leary needs to find where Hera is taking res. Needs to use these Cavalier proactively. Leary gets some conversions here. And Leary's gonna find it. Leary's gonna find... Oh! He doesn't find it! He brings them back! He had the opportunity, but missed it. Hera losing more vills. More TCs going up for Leary. Leary is getting Vill kills. Does have a lot more army. Does have the better late game civ. And Leary establishing an eco now. Really getting that eco established. A lot of Vills idled in this castle for Hera. Hera losing more Vills. Leary really keeping Hera locked down, but Hera's about to have enough for another castle. 3 monks there, and Leary's forced to retreat. Not very much gold left for Hera to take. And 6 Vill lead for Leary. 4k res collected lead for Leary. And Leary just looking to see, where is my opponent taking res? Where is he taking his res? He's searching over and over again around Hera's base, looking to do damage. He's doing damage underneath Hera's TC. Hera losing more Vills to the raids. More Vills to the raids. Leary needs to just keep the pressure on. He's got more and more units in his base. 3 conversions maybe coming in. On 1 conversion comes in for Hera. Leary adding some light cav now, maybe to just pick off these, be able to pick off these monks. And Hera maybe thinking about another castle. Maybe thinking, where are you gonna add another castle here? Leary ahead by quite a few Vills. Has a huge lead, and Hera's gonna add another castle on this main hill here. And maybe Leary needs to start considering where he might drop a castle, but he doesn't have any stone. Doesn't have any stone that he's taking, and Leary doing more raids. More good raids against Hera's eco. Hera with very few on food. Not looking like he'll be able to click up anytime soon, but Leary does have 2 castles on his face. Leary getting handcart now, adding a 4th TC. Technically a 5th TC, as one of his TCs has gone down. Leary still with the score lead, but Hera taking the score lead here. And Leary needs to pull his army back. He does in time. Doesn't get it, doesn't lose to any conversions there. And Leary needs to recognize that he's in a commanding position. Needs to keep the pressure on Hera. Can't let Hera get those army numbers back up. And Hera actually raiding on the left-hand side. Leary losing a lot of Vills on that left-hand side, not recognizing that he's being raided. Needs to put the Vills in the TC. Needs to do something about those Vills. Just getting raided to death on the left-hand side. Leary, pay attention to your eco. And still the raids continue on Leary's eco. Leary having a hard time getting those army numbers up. And a light cav conversion comes in. 1 monk will go down. 2 monks will go down. And, oh, there's still a monk in the mix. There's still a monk in the mix there. Leary clearing the crossbows now from Hera. Leary adding a 6th TC to the mix. Leary at 100 Vils now. Leary realizing that there's army that's raiding him is clearing that up. Score lead back in favor of Leary. This one's going back and forth and back and forth. And now we're going to see a 4th and 5th TC being added by Hera. And we hear cheering in the background, guys. We can hear the cheers of the crowd as this one goes back and forth. And now Leary looking for more Vil kills. And Leary actually is going to loop around to this back gold. Leary's going to find this back gold from Hera. And the quick walls from Hera. But Leary knows about this. Ooh, actually Leary needs to delete that stable. That stable is actually bad for him. It's a detriment. His units coming out of that stable are dying. And Leary gonna raid this TC again from Hera. Hera sees it. Pulls back his units. Ooh, and Hera sells all to go up. Hera sells everything to click. Horse collar just coming in for Leary. But Leary needs to recognize, that his opponent has gone up. If Leary doesn't go up himself, he could be in a lot of trouble. He does have a lot of farming now. 52 farmers for Leary. Leary with the healthier eco. Lots of raids that Leary's accomplishing. But Hera with all the relics now. Leary adding a lot of farming. Leary soon will be able to click. Res collected almost 10k. No, 8k more res collected for Leary. 8k more res collected for Leary. Leary needs to click here. A little trash bucket says it's so much more fun when the game has a long castle age. I agree. I agree. The games are way more fun when they're long games. Leary with a lot of Cavalier on the front of Hera's base. Hera just garrisoning his TCs over and over again. Leary is on his way up to Imp. Leary is on his way up to Imp. And Leary knows that Hera is booming. We'll see if Leary can get a castle up. He really needs to get a castle up. But he doesn't have hardly anything on stone. Let's see if Leary can... Ooh, that's actually the Imp TC for Hera. But that TC will not go down. And Hera with the score lead hits Imp. Gets Bracer and Chemistry. Leary only 1 minute and 40 seconds away. A lot of Cavaliers still available for Leary. And Leary will be able to get Paladin as soon as he's up. And Leary will really need to take advantage of the Paladin timing here. 25 Cavalier on the field for Leary. Hera just not as much res. Hera constantly having idle time. Constantly having idle time from these raids from Leary. Leary takes the score lead again. Takes the score lead. He sees the Arb mass. He knows where the Arbs are. Needs to get that last armor upgrade and needs to get... and he needs to get Paladin before he takes this big engagement. We're going to see Paladin. No, last armor upgrade at least. Trebs are out for, and there's Paladin. Paladin will come in. Not only Paladin, but also the last armor upgrade. It's a matter of time that Leary needs to just bide this time. And Leary's going to put a forward castle up on Hera's TC there. Conversion comes in for Hera. And now Leary is going to take a big fight with these Arbs. The last armor upgrade coming in. Maybe a little more patience from Leary would have been good here. And the quick walls from Hera kind of saving him here. And now Leary pressuring on the left-hand side with his castle. And is getting the last upgrades for his Paladin. And Paladin will be in 1 minute. Paladin, a big upgrade for Burgundians. Paladin, a big upgrade in general. Hera now thinking about getting the upgrade Bogsvigar and the last armor upgrade for his infantry. He's going to be adding in the Viking Berserks. Hera moving forward with a bunch of ills on this right-hand side, but Hera, Leary sees it. And Leary's going to have Paladin. And Leary's going to move in here and slaughter these vills. And I think 12 seconds, and we're going to see Leary take a big fight. 5 seconds. And Paladin is in. And I think Hera is going to try and get that castle up, but I think Leary is going to come in with those Paladin. And there's a gate. He's... does he have it? Does he have it? That stone gate may be enough. Leary will counter. Leary will counter with his own castle. There's only 3 vills there. Leary knows how important this castle is for Hera. Hera knows how important this castle is for Leary. Leary's in. Leary will clear the arms. Or will the arms clear the Paladin? That castle goes up for Leary. The castle will not go up for Hera. And Hera clearing all of the berserks for... Leary clearing all the berserks for Hera. And a lot of raids still for Leary. The Vil count dropping for Hera. No Trebs in yet for Leary. Leary may be thinking about bombard cannons. He's getting bracer right now. No, remember, no relics for Leary. 6 relics for Hera. This could play a big role in how this game plays out. 1 Treb coming out now for Leary. KD in favor of Leary. Res collected in favor of Leary. Leary has cleared a lot, or Hera has cleared a lot of Leary's buildings in his base. Jet2Ks is wondering how the score is in Hera's favor. It's because of those 2 castles in the middle of Leary's base. They killed a lot of buildings. That gets you a lot of score. Leary going to raid again. Hera getting a castle, defensive castle up in his eco. A lot of castles for Hera. Leary needs to get those Trebs out. He needs to get those Trebs out. Super important here. Leary has lost a lot of vills on the left-hand side. Leary doing some more raiding here. 2 castles for Leary. Leary needs Trebs. Desperately needs Trebs. Maybe he needs to think about Hussar for the raids instead of Paladin. This Hussar would be much better for raiding here. 1 Treb out for Leary. Leary with 16k more res collected. Also, not enough on wood for Leary. Leary maybe needs to think about getting some more on wood here to get those Trebs out. Hera in quite the predicament here. Still no ballistics for Leary. And Hera... I thought Hera was going to dive with those arbs to kill that Treb. I was like, Hera's a madman. But no, he doesn't die with the trebs. And is it possible that either of these players has started to think about the fact that the timer could be a win condition for this game? Leary losing some of those paladin numbers, needs to be careful to maintain the paladin numbers. We are seeing some skirms being added now for for Leary. A lot of paladin going down for Leary. A lot of res for Leary to spend. Leary needs to spend that res. Both players around the same pop. The Vil KD way higher for Leary. The actual KD way higher for Leary. Leary killing TCs now from Hera. Hera trying to get another TC down, but being raided. One of Leary's castles is being trebbed on the left-hand side of the map. But he's gonna pick off the treb from Hera, and he's got his own trebs there. The score flip in Leary's favor. And those are where the relics are, guys. The relics are in between those two castles. If Leary can get that position back, he'll have the relics back. And remember, the relics for the Burgundians don't just produce gold, but they also produce food. Yeah, no heavy plow for Hera. No two-man saw for Hera. No two-man saw and no crop rotation for Leary. As the game gets later, these techs could be very important. Leary needs to clear the raids in the back of his base. Leary actually losing some Vils, quite a few Vils to those Viking Berserks. And Leary looking for an elite castle position, wants to put one on that hill in the center of the map. And the army comp for Leary, so much stronger than the army comp from Hera. And Hera just raiding Leary like a madman. And Leary needs to clear this army. Needs to clear this army from Hera that's coming through the center of the map, but especially the raids. Especially the raids. And he's going to push it back. Score so close. These two players absolutely legendary. But we're going to see Leary get the relics back. This is a big issue for Hera, who does have the worst late game with his Civ. No Hussar. No Hussar for Hera. No real good raiding unit besides the Berserks. But the Berserks are slower and will lose ultimately to the Paladins. And Teutonic says, what a great set. And I would say one of the greatest sets we've ever seen. One of the greatest sets in AoE2 history. AoE2 history being made right now before our eyes. And Leary gaining a significant score lead now. I say that, and the score starts to jump for Hera. Leary going to place another castle on the left-hand side. Leary actually losing his trebs to Hera's trebs here. Needed repair vills for those trebs. And the pop about equal for both players. A lot of skirms now on the field for Leary. Ooh, and a good snipe there from Leary's treb on Hera's treb. And Leary with his fourth castle being placed over on Hera's side of the map. Leary picking up the relics slowly that he is taking back in the center. Hera actually having some sneak fills in the back of Leary's base. Does Leary know about this? 36 Paladin from Leary. Leary with 21 on gold. Still has a few golds that he has available to him. This one could go to the score limit, guys. This one could go to the score limit. Leary does know about these vills. He's going to send a paladin back there to raid them. And Leary just has more trebs. Actually, they have even treb numbers. I don't know where all of the trebs are for Hera. He has 2 here on this side. This castle going down will actually be problematic for Leary, as there's a lot of gold on this side of the map. And okay, the repairs are going to come in. Leary's going to run. Leary's going to run with these trebs. The trebs are fine. Trebs are fine. And Hera's little wood chopping colony in the back cleared up. The time limit is 1 hour and 15 minutes. That's the max time, and then it goes to score. And right now, Leary is in the lead. But I could see Hera holding for 15 more minutes and just trying to win on score here. But it looks like Leary will clear all of these trebs and should have enough eco to continue to make Paladin. And it's hard for Leary to have a real response to Paladin. He doesn't get Halb, and he doesn't really have the res to make Berserks. He doesn't really have the castles. He only has 2 castles to make Berserks. And so Hera trying to just make a lot of pikemen right now. Leary could find that gold in the back. That would be significant if he did. Still no vineyards. Yeah, vineyards would be a great tech for Leary right now. Leary going to put down another castle. And maybe both players thinking at this point that they might win on score. I would really like to see this game go the distance, but when I say go the distance, I mean one player closing it out, not going to the timer distance. And the score flipping back and forth for both players. I think we may see Leary try and take a fight here. Maybe not. Oh, 3 trebs here might go down, though, for Leary. This could be really big really big score issue now, as this will give a lot of score to Hera. And a castle up on that 4-tile gold, and that's going to be a problem for Leary. That's going to be a big problem for Leary. Score so close right now. This game 7, neither player wants to give it up. Both players fighting hard here. And Leary with a lot of food floating. And Leary getting the market upgrade for better trades at the market. And Leary needs to be careful with that treb. He could lose that treb. Needs to pull the treb back. He has a treb forward. Has the treb forward. This is problematic. He's also going to lose another castle here, and he loses the treb. He loses the treb, and another castle will go down for Leary. And this is looking more and more favorable for Hera, who has the worst civ for the late game. But 2 castles going up for Leary right now. Leary maybe just considering the fact that he could win on time, but Hera with the better score. Does Leary have the trebs? Leary only has 2 trebs. Needs to repair the castle. Needs to repair the castle. Leary needs to take a big fight here. He has 52 paladin. He could win this fight. He should win this fight. He needs to go in and just clap this army from Hera. And there it is. There's the fight. The fight we all wanted to see. And these Paladin are going to win the fight, and can they win the game? Can they win the game for Leary? And the score lead is back in Leary's favor. Leary clears all of Hera's army. He's got the score lead. Does he see the castle? Can he deny the castle? Leary, recognize there's a castle going up on the left-hand side. Send your army there. Deny the castle. There's 2 trebs there for Leary. Does Leary know he has those trebs? Leary, please recognize the position you're in. And it's only 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes until score takes effect. Both players have to be thinking, what can we do to secure the score? Leary, don't take unnecessary fights, my friend. You have the score lead. Maintain. Maintain. Both players gonna run. It's all about score now. It's all about score. $400 score lead for Leary. 400 score lead for Leary. Does Leary know he has those trebs? Use the trebs, Leary. Use the trebs. Leary, don't take this fight. This is a bad fight for you, Leary. Don't take the fight. And Leary's gonna take the fight. Oh no! A favorable fight for Hera. Leary may be throwing the game right here. Leary, what are you doing? Leary throws away so many Paladin right into the Pikeman. Insane. Insane choice from Leary, but Leary's back in the score lead. And now Hera's back in the score lead. It's going both directions. It's going back and forth. There's only 5 minutes and 30 seconds left in this game. And it's anyone's game. The score flipping back and forth. Over and over again, going back and forth. Leary just needs more skirms. Leary just needs more skirms. If this castle goes up, does Hera win the game? Will this castle give him enough score? Leary, sell your food, build a castle. Just monastery after monastery being built by Leary for score. Craziest game of the tournament. Craziest game of the tournament. Will Leary's castle go down? If Leary's castle goes down, what will happen? Will the score be enough for Hera? All monasteries from Leary. All monasteries from Leary. Both players so concentrated on the score. I think this castle going down would be huge. It'd be really big. Leary not adding any army or vills. He wants the score. This castle going down will be brutal. The score will be so good for Hera if he kills this castle. And Leary going in for the raids on the vills. Leary getting some good raids on the vills with the Paladin. 400 score difference, 300 score difference, 200 score difference, 100 score difference. 40 score difference, the score goes back in favor of Hera. 500 score difference in favor of Hera, 600 score difference in the favor of Hera. And now it looks like Hera may win. Now it's 600 score in favor of Hera. Oh, and the Arb's getting so much value. Leary needs to go in and take a fight against the Arbs with the skirms. Leary needs to get a trap on the skirms in the last minute of the game. There's 1 minute left, but it's 1K score difference. 1K score difference. 7 years left. 800 score difference. And I think Hera will take game 7. Somehow, some way, Leary gave this game away after being ahead by so much, and the GG is called. I can't believe it. Hera wins game 7. It's ahead 4-3 in this best of 9. Insane series. Insane game. Cannot believe that Leary lost that one. Cannot believe that Leary lost that one. Wow. And I see someone in the crowd doing a mind-blown expression. And yes, this is mind-blowing. Holy. Hera may win this. He needs one more game. Leary needs 2 more. Well, what an intense game. One that went to the time limit. I think that was Leary's best civ on Leary's best map. I'm a little sad to see that one slip out of his hands. He was ahead so much of that game. Hera able somehow, some way to come back and get the score lead. Insane. Wow. Cannot believe Vikings pulled that off. I think that if there was no time limit, that Leary wins that game, because Leary stopped playing and just played for score. All right, Leary stopped making army. He stopped fighting, and he took that one really bad fight against all those pikemen with his paladin. That would he would have never taken that fight. I think he thought that it was going to be favorable score-wise for him, and a lot of players they're not experienced at playing for score. Because it's not a normal win condition in any other tournament, in any other game. It's not a normal win condition, so you don't really think about, oh, will this fight be good for me score-wise, right? You think about, will this fight be good for me game-wise? And I think Leary misjudged the score that he would get from that fight. I think he needed to just pull back with those paladin and go and raid and keep fighting with the skirms. And he would have won that game. Absolute insanity. Absolute insanity. This was a banger of a game. A little sad how it ended. I think Leary had the advantage most of the game. And I think it was kind of a throw from Leary. He had those 2 trebs in the corner that he never used. Once, they were damaged, and he pulled them away, and then he never used them. Imagine he was able to treb down a castle or a TC from Hera at the end of the game there. That would have been, absolutely insane. When Leary cleared all of this army and he took the score lead, this was the moment where he needed to just not use the paladin in another big fight and just use them to raid Hera's eco and make life difficult for him, and then just use the skirm to hold back the arbs and the pikemen. That right here, guys, this fight was the losing fight. This fight was the fight that lost him the game. That was a horrible fight. It was 40 paladin to 60 pikemen, and he just should never have engaged there. He should have just used the skirms and run with the paladin. But here we are. Game 8. I mean, what a series. What an absolutely legendary series between these 2 amazing players.
It's another map that has water. Deep wells, blue wells. Yeah, exactly. We've got Wu in Japanese and Huns for Leary. I really like those civilizations for the fishing and lands combination. For Hera, he's got 1 civ. 2 civs, which I think would make sense. So Dravidians and Armenians, but he just needs 1 win now.
Let's get some energy going for these players, especially for Leary. 4 wins in a row for Hera. Let's hear it from the crowd. Let's get pumped up here before game number 8. In our best of 9 final, hopefully we can go the distance. It will be either Blue Wells or Loch Ness.
Leary picked Loch Ness. I think he picked it because Hera lost a lot of games there. I say a lot, I think it was 1, but I guess that's a lot. I kind of like Blue Wells because Hera's just been booming and defending, and I don't think Blue Wells really allows you to do that. And then you get the big momentum swing, and then you take it into Loch Ness where you're feeling comfortable. That's my feeling. But obviously, he might have a trick up his sleeve for Loch Ness here, Dave.
I mean, you're looking at the civilizations. He's got Armenians. He's got Britons.
Yeah,
Dravidians?
My
Dravidians
guess
is probably it.
My guess is Britons was probably a backup for one of these maps.
Or a fan service
Yeah,
as well.
Is it true? Yeah, at least it's up there. Sorry, guys, but I don't think it's going to be picked here in London. I could be wrong. But if there's one thing I learned, if Harab does play with Britons, Britons will be very energetic, very supportive, very loud in a good way crowd. Okay, I got like one person laughing.
Could be Huns as well.
Yeah.
For Leary, if we're going Loch Ness. I'm not certain what the map is. I think they're in right now.
And here we go, Game 8 of one of the most epic sets of all time and one of the coolest venues of all time. Here we go. Oh, and Hera loses the scout. Leary playing as the Wu, Hera playing as the Armenians. Not sure I love the Wu here, but let's see what Leary is cooking. Oh, and Leary loses his scout. Both players have lost their scout. We have a forward dock, or not a forward dock, but a dock for Leary. No dock yet for Hera. You have fletching for Hera. You have archers for Hera. Leary making a fire. Not making any army yet. No army from Leary. A second dock from Leary. And Hera's going to find that second dock. Hera's going to see that second dock. He knows about it. And Hera's adding his own dock. You're going to see archers. There's going to be archers from Hera. Will the archers try and cross with the fire? This is going to be a Hulk. It's going to be a Hulk from Hera. Hera's going to do a double dock as well. See double dock from Hera. We're going to see double dock from Leary. Leary already looking to click up. No army from Leary outside of the dock. There's the Loch Ness monster for all of those that wanted to see it. And we have Hera using his spearman to scout. And we're gonna see Hera push back, or Leary push back Hera's army with the fires and with the Hulk. And Leary is going to palisade wall the crossing. I like this. I like this a lot from Leary. Oh, and Leary's market won't go up because Hera's spearman was on top of it. When will Leary notice that? Leary notices it. He notices it. And Leary, no. Oh, Leary with the good quick walls there. Leary with the really good quick walls there. And Hera will not be able to get through. Hera will not be able to go in. And those archers are going to get cleaned up. Those archers will get cleaned up here. They can't go through. They're not going to get the value that Hera was hoping. And I think we're going to see a very fast uptime for both players. Leary clears all of that army. Has a 9-5 KD now. Has less resources collected since Hera has the Armenians, which get the 40% bonus on their 40% more effective eco-techs from the mule cart. And Hera making Hulks. He's got 3 Hulks. He's got 2 Hulks over in the middle. He's got a 3rd Hulk in the dock. Both players clicked up. Leary slightly faster than Hera. And this could be the last game of this set, or this could be the game to tie it all up and take us to Game 9. I'm sure all of the fans are hoping and praying that this game will be a win for Leary to take us to Game 9. We all want to see Game 9. For the record, guys, there are 57,000 people watching AoE on Twitch right now, guys. Just on Twitch alone, there are 57,000 people watching. Let alone YouTube, which I'm sure has very close numbers to Twitch. It's insane. It's insane. We might be over 100,000 viewers for this event simultaneously. There's a third dock now going up for Hera. Technically a fourth, since he lost a dock already. He's actually building a fourth over on the other side. He's rebuilding it. Leary getting control of the water here. Leary 100% getting control of the water here right now. Medium ship upgrade already on the way. But will Leary figure out? Oh, gets the Vil. That's huge. Gets the Vil. Really big. Bodkin now in for Leary. Leary doesn't know about the Vil getting this dock here on the other side. And Leary will clear all of the Navy for Hera. Gion Swordsman now coming out for Leary. Amazing job from Leary to clear all of this Navy. 15 to 6 army now for Leary. And maybe Leary needs to be aware that there's monks coming for Hera out of the fortified church. Medium ship upgrade now in for Hera, and Hera going straight fires. He's going straight fires, and he's actually got a fire trapped in the rocks. It's very funny. And Gion Swordsman now going in for Leary. Might get some value. 10 fires out for Leary. And Loch Ness pops up right next to the armies fighting. I'm sure they were terrified when they saw that. And we have a big fight. We have a big fight in the middle. Hera is going to lose a lot of Navy here. Hera losing a lot of his Navy. Good fight for Leary. Leary needs to run with those galleys. He does run with the galleys. And Leary way ahead on water. But Gion Swordsman getting converted. Second TC now going down for both players. Second TC going down for both players. No more fires being made by Hera. Hera maybe just going to give up water now. Leary could pull back the weak ships, but decides not to. Third TC being added by Hera. Hera ahead 1k in the res collected simply because he's Armenians. And Armenians have really nice bonuses when it comes to the mule cart. And Leary needs to be aware that Hera is adding these 2 TCs. I wonder if Leary will go for another TC. Maybe he'll add a lot on water now that he has control of it. This may be the approach from Leary. The score a little deceiving as Leary does... Oh, Leary adds a third TC. I like this from Leary. As Leary does have water control, but is behind by 1k res collected. And Hera's eco really flying. Fill count even. Actually slightly favorable for Leary because he has the water. Relics coming in for Hera, though. Leary maybe needs to think about picking the relics up on the left-hand side. Fishing upgrade coming in for Leary. Leary is adding fishing ships. Third TC now about to go up for Leary. And Leary has full control of water, so he really needs to take advantage of this. Lu Xuan, Wu Lu Xuans could be very, very good in the late game to control. And Hera adding a fourth TC. Hera wants to boom. Hera really wants to boom. Leary maybe needs to think about this. See what he can do. Leary still 1k res collected behind, but does have more Vils. He has 10 fishing ships. Really helps boost that eco. Patrolling all along the lock. At 4th TC, though, going up for Hera. Hera getting wheelbarrow and getting heavy plow. Gillnet's now coming in for Leary. Heavy wheelbarrow also coming in for Leary. Leary maybe needs to think if he can take those relics on that left-hand side. If Leary gives up all of the relics, he could be in trouble in the late game. But at the same time, if Leary takes the water, even if he has no relics, he could control all of the golds and be in good shape. And Hera's going to go for those relics on that left-hand side. And remember, Armenians start with a relic, so Hera could end up with 7 relics total. Lot of fishing ships for Leary, and Leary looking like he might click here soon. Leary looking like he might click here. Leary with a very, very strong eco. Hera with also very strong eco. 4 TCs for Hera. Hera getting handcart. Hera getting the stone upgrade as well. Maybe thinking about forward castle on the lock to get back onto water. Leary already with enough res to place a castle. Maybe thinking about placing a forward castle. Leary, nice job picking off 1 monk there. Almost gets a second. University now going up for Leary. Leary with enough res that he could click if he sells. And Leary placing the safe castle on the right-hand side. And Hera clicking Imp. I think Leary just a second away from clicking Imp himself. Adding the second building now. Leary will sell and go up. Both players will be up to Imp at similar times. Remember that there's traction trebs for the Wu. There are no bombard cannons for Armenians, but their monks can convert the traction trebs. So some things to keep in mind. Hera will have to build a castle forward on the lock to be able to get back on water. Very important if Hera wants to win this game, he will need to be back on water as water controls all the gold around the map. And Hera building... Oh, Hera is going to build barracks, and he's going to get the upgrades for champs. The question will be, what will Leary do against the champs? Will Leary go for champs himself? He's going for fire archers right now. Not something I really like. I think fire archers is a bad unit in general. And will not be great against the 100 HP champs from the Armenians. I think Lu Xuan... Oh, and there's the Loch Ness Monster again, guys. I think the Lu Xuan... Oh, and Hera gonna add on the left-hand side, too. Lu Xuan's would be very good here. And maybe you do your own champs with the Wu, the self-healing champs. Leary needs to get stonewalled, though, on that left-hand side. Leary really needs to get stonewalled on that left-hand side. He needs to realize the position that he's in. Oh, and Hera quick walls the Vil in. Oh, actually, no, he doesn't. He doesn't actually. Leary should know now, as he sees longswords, he should know what's coming. There comes the 3rd armor upgrade. We're going to see chemistry, embracer, and there's the stone walls. Leary needs to send more Vils to get those stone walls up. Leary with the score lead. Elite skirmisher now coming in for Hera. 2 castles on the right-hand side from Leary. 2-handed swordsman now coming in for Hera. No other army being created by Leary. And there come the 2-handed swordsman on the left-hand side. Oh, and Leary can't see it. Leary doesn't know about it. Now he's going to know about it. But what will Leary make to deal with this? He's going to get elite fire archers? I do not like this choice from Leary. Not a fan of the fire archer. Never have been. I don't think I ever will be. There's going to be a castle there from Leary, but Leary's not going to get that castle up on time. He may have to opt to put it back further. Oh, he's going to quick wall. He's going to quick wall. Will he continue to get those quick walls down? He's going to continue to get those quick walls down. Will it be enough? Stone walls, and he's going to stone wall. Leary with the absolutely amazing micro here to get these walls down. And he's going to continue to get the... And he gets the gate! He gets the gate! It's going to be enough on that left-hand side to defend. But there's going to be a castle there from Hera as well. The fire archer's doing quite well versus the infantry. Better than I thought they would, but Faraday's is not in yet. And that tech, the unique tech for the Armenians that will give them 100 HP champions. The champion is not in yet either. Once champ comes in, it will be very difficult for Leary. Now we're gonna see towers. I think the champ raids are gonna overwhelm Leary and his base very soon. Lushuan is in. Those Lushuans could actually kill the castle on the left-hand side from Hera. And Leary now knows about the champs. He's gonna, okay, there's gonna be a castle. Oh, and he's gonna wall it in, but he can't actually fully wall it. There's a piece of wall in the back that he needs. He doesn't realize that yet. Leary doing a nice job microing the fire archers. He's microing the fire archers. He's getting a lot of value out of the fire archers. And Leary may be thinking how he can... Okay, we're going to see more stone walls. Leary's going to gate the whole community in the back. He's created a gated community for Hera's buildings in the back. And Hera not really making a transition to any other type of army. He's just going skirms right now. And I think Leary happy to maintain his control over the water. Leary still doesn't know about the castle on the left-hand side from Hera. He's still unaware of that. Could use the Lushuans to kill it, but he's unaware of it. Res collected 5k in favor of Hera, but the KD 105 to 30 in favor of Leary. Leary killing a lot more. Both unique techs coming in for Leary. Another castle being placed by Hera. Now the Treb's hitting Leary's castle over here. Are we going to see... Is there going to be a response? Champion now coming in for Hera. The splash damage from the fire archers doing quite well against the skirms. Leary will need his own traction Trebs. We'll need traction Trebs. Actually, Lushuans should be fine to deal with the Trebs from Hera. Potentially. And Hera, I think, trying to use fortified churches to get on water on the right-hand side. But 100 HP champs are going to be very hard to stop. That castle actually taking a lot of damage from the fire archers. A lot of Trebs now from Hera on this left-hand side, pushing into Leary's base, and Leary does not really have the army to face it. Maybe thinking about Hae Guang here. He's getting the first armor upgrade for his cav. And now looks like Leary's on the run. On the run. Does not have the army to fight this. He's adding... Is he gonna do... Hussar? What's the plan here? Leary still has the score lead, and oh, a conversion. There was actually a conversion on a Lu Xuan for Hera. Now that Lu Xuan is fighting the castle from Leary. Leary needs to figure out that that has happened and not allow his castles to go out down on the right-hand side. Very important. Now Hera building a dock in the center of the lock. Hera actually floating a lot of res right now. And Hera does find out about the Lu Xuan. He will take it out. Oof, all of the fire archers that Leary had alive, though, going down. And Hera does have one dock. Oh, and Haeguang is in. And Haeguang is coming in. A lot of res floating for Hera. Holy res. But Hera is pop-capped, right? Hera's pop-capped. He does not have... Ooh, the fire archer's taking a little bit of damage from the castle. Fire archer's doing quite a nice job versus most of what Hera is making, though. He gets one Treb there. Leary will need to do something against... Ooh. And Hera got a kind of feed here. Leary needs to find a way to defend on the right-hand side. He has nothing over there as of right now. He does have a lot of Haeguang coming in, and the Haeguang are fully upgraded. Well, they're lacking their last attack upgrades, but they have full armor. Needs some traction trebs of his own, though, to kill these buildings, I think. Leary with a good score lead, though. Maybe thinking, hey, if I could just last long enough. Hera might have won the last one by score, but I can win by score, too. And the Haeguang doing a nice job clearing the skirms here, and the champs. A lot of navy for Leary, but Leary needs to figure out that there's docks coming in now for Hera. The res not looking great for Leary. The res collected for Hera really strong. And Hera doing a lot of microing on water. Oh, but Leary found a way to clear up the right-hand side. Hera is actually coming through the middle right now. Hera sending champions through the middle. Hera losing his monks. And will not be able to get back on water. Will lose the right-hand side. And yeah, Hera floating a ton of res. Leary just not really having the res right now that he needs. But Leary's starting to make traction trebs to push on that left-hand side, and I think this is very good for Leary that he's now got those traction trebs. Those traction trebs, Wu traction trebs, very, very strong. The docks will die from Hera. Hera will have to come back to deal with the Haeguang in his base. And yeah, it's 4K gold already for Hera from the relics. And Leary needs to be careful with his fire archers. He could lose all of these fire archers if he's not extremely careful. And Leary continuing to control the water. Doing a good job controlling the water. The Haeguang, a good option for Leary. Both players at full pop. Leary maybe looking to raid. Hera really focusing down this left-hand side now. He knows the left-hand side is what matters most right now. I would love to see Leary get some Lu Xuans to the left-hand side to kill that castle from the water. Oh, and Leary Needs to be very careful not to lose his traction trebs. The traction trebs, the most important thing right now. The most important thing right now for Leary. And Leary not losing the traction trebs. The traction trebs will stay alive. The traction trebs will get value against the skirms. The army just better for Leary. And the res collected, although in favor of Hera, the KD very much in favor of Leary. And Leary really looking good right now, looking like he may push back on this left-hand side. And as long as Leary can maintain the water, Hera will have no gold income from the front. He will have his relics, but the gold all along the shoreline will be taken by Leary. And Leary pushing hard on this left-hand side, wants to take the left-hand side. Ooh, 3 trebs from Hera. And they all miss. They all miss. Will they miss again? They miss again. And Leary just doesn't seem to have the steam right now with how much army is coming out from Hera, although we may see that castle go down. Ooh, misclick. Misclick from Leary. Leary meant to click the castle. He thought he could kill it, and he will kill it. Now he's running with those traction trebs. Is he going to add skirms, or is he going to add more fire archers? Leary needs more army on the field. Leary desperately needs more army on the field. Hera now producing mostly trash. Halb and skirm now for Leary. Or for Hera. Leary needs to keep Hera off the golds. At the moment, Leary is not doing a good job with the Lushwans of keeping Hera off the golds along the lock. Now the skirm switch coming in for Leary. The skirm switch coming in for Leary. He can afford to make a lot of skirms. And Hera actually making a big mistake, throws away all of his trebs. He meant to finish off the castle. Leary was repairing the castle, and now Leary is killing the trebs that were supposed to be taking that right-hand side. Really nice job from Leary to get those repairs in and keep that alive. And Hera trying to sneak trebs in on the top-hand side, but Leary's gonna see those trebs. Maybe. He should be able to clear those trebs, but I don't know if he will. Kills the monk. Leary with a large score lead as of right now. Ooh, and the Lushwans will actually kill the trebs. Really big play from Leary to kill those trebs. Leary needs to go and see that Hera is taking gold near the lock and needs to take him off of that gold. Hera taking a lot of gold forward, taking 2 full golds on the lock on the left-hand side. The traction treb numbers looking really good for Leary, though. Those traction trebs are brutal in the late game. But I think the biggest problem right now for Leary is that he does not realize that Hera's taking the forward golds. A lot of skirms out of position for Leary. He needs to bring the skirms up. And now Hera's trebs working again from the right position. Hussar now coming in from Leary, who feels a little desperate here, as he knows that the gold will run out for him. Gets a treb there. Gets another treb. Is going to lose his traction trebs. And losing these traction trebs will be brutal for Leary. And Leary on a timer now. Knowing that he doesn't have the relics. knowing that he doesn't have the golds on the lock right now. Leary needs to add Hussar, and needs to add Hussar like yesterday. And Leary knows that he can't take on the champions with skirms. He's adding Hussar, but will Hussar be enough? It feels like Hussar will not be enough to deal with the champs and the halbs from Hera. Will Leary be able to micro against these? Oh, brutal. Hera gets both Lushwans. He gets both Lushwans with his Trebs. And Leary just really lacking gold now. Soberly, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. And Leary adding those Hussar. Score lead still in Leary's favor, but slowly drifting into Hera's favor. Little by little. And that castle going up on the left-hand side for Hera. And Leary must know that the end is near. The KD so good for Leary. The res collected so good for Hera, but Leary just does not have the units. Does not have the units. He is going to deny this castle potentially from Hera. But now Hera going to get up on the water over on the left-hand side, and Armenians with really good water. Armenians with very strong water. Leary going to try and raid. There's 2-3 castles in Hera's eco defending his eco. The raids will be almost impossible. Hera getting back on water is going to be brutal for Leary. And Leary just going to have a really tough time with this army on the left-hand side that he just can't beat. He's going to snipe a Treb here, though. Big snipe on the Treb. He'll be able to run out with the Hussar. A lot of Hussar queued. A lot of farms for Leary. But now Hera's going to take the water. And remember, when it comes to score, water gives you a lot more score. So in the late game, owning the water is very important. This game going later and later. Only 20 plus minutes away from the score limit, but very unlikely that Leary will survive until the score limit. With no gold and Hera having gold access and all of the relics, it will be very, very hard uphill battle for Leary to survive. Leary doing a good job picking off these Trebs. Doing a good job whittling the numbers down on the left-hand side. Hera having a lot of his pop actually wrapped up in the water is actually a good thing for Leary right now. And Leary trying to take good fights here against these 100 HP champs. So hard to take good fights against the champs when there's halbs mixed in there. And Leary lets out the fires, the fast fires. The fast fires will go down quickly to these very, very good galleys from the galleons from the Armenians. Shoot the extra arrows. Not a bad fight for Leary there. And the only hope for Leary is the score at this point. The only hope for Leary is that he wins by score. Which is possible, but unlikely without water and without the gold. 1K 600 score lead for Leary. Would need a miraculous hold. Would need a miraculous hold to be able to win by score. Leary going to take wood down in the bottom of the map, as wood is actually beginning to be an issue for Leary. All of the res kind of lacking for Leary. 15K more res collected for Hera. Lots of skirms and Hussar for Leary, but skirms and Hussar do not beat champion. Not today or any day, my friend. And 8K, 8.5K gold collected for Hera from the relics. And Leary 1K score ahead, but I don't think it will be enough. The amount of time that Leary needs to hold that score just won't be enough. And Hera not wanting to risk any big engagements that could give decent score to Leary before he's ready. Hera knows he has the time. He knows he has the army. He knows he can finish this game. Leary just hopes and prays that he can hold on long enough for the score to win him the game. Leary living on a prayer. Hera living on relic gold. And the hope of a game 9 is dwindling, folks. It's dwindling. 1.2K score lead for Leary. Hera with a lot of navy, killing a lot of buildings. Gonna kill the castle on the right-hand side from Leary. Hera gonna come forward with a Treb again on the left-hand side to press the only castle left for Leary on the left-hand side. And Leary about to take a big fight. Leary about to take a big fight. Maybe, if Hera will take it. We'll see if Hera takes it. Score still 1K in favor of Leary. No wood left on the map for Leary. Still some wood down on the bottom of the map for Hera. Little trash bucket says Hera lost all of his skirmishers there. Hera doesn't care about the skirmishers. He wants to add champs. He wants all champions on the field. Hera doing everything he can to just put the best units on the field to take one big fight so that the score no longer will play a role. Leary knows what's coming. Leary knows what's coming. Leary with 120 army. Hera with 115 army. Score 200 apart, 100 apart. Score slowly climbing in favor of Hera. Leary with 130 army. Leary about to take a fight. Maybe. 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 Ooh, a lot of Hussar on the right-hand side, actually, for Leary. Maybe just thinking he could raid here. Oh, kill the Treb, though. Gets the trap. Castle stays alive. And raids may be the best hope for Leary. Raids may get his score up there a little ways. And 10 minutes until the score matters, guys. 10 minutes until the score matters. Leary may be thinking if he takes one big fight. And he's down by 1k score now. The amount of buildings going down to the Drummonds, a real problem for Leary. And Leary with 142 army, and he's about to take one big fight. This could be the fight to end the game. And Leary knows this won't be enough. Leary knows this will actually be a better fight for Hera. And the GG, well played, congrats. 5 games in a row to Hera. That dominance from Hera continues. The reign will not end. 17 S-tier tournaments in a row for the reigning champion, Hera. And Leary with the 2nd place once again. Insanity. Absolute insanity. Look at that Royal Albert Hall, guys. What a place.
Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, your Age of Empires 2 champion, it is Hera once again. Sorry, they get the crowd as a backdrop. The backdrop. Hera, this was insanity. You managed to claw your way back into this. You went down 0-3. For you to have the mental fortitude, the tenacity, the grit to reverse sweep your opponent in such a high-stakes match in the grand final. What is going through your head right now?
I'm absolutely ecstatic. I mean, the crowd was just absolutely amazing. Seriously, thank you so much, everyone here. Obviously, we have to start by saying GG, well played to Leary. I think he showed up great today. And I always talk about how Leary is so dangerous, and the first 3 games I made a few missteps and I got hard punished. It was so just deadly pressure from him. Definitely took a lot of like mental reset on my end to come back and try to turn things around. I'm so happy I did.
Yeah, Hera, little mistakes from both sides were punished immediately. Can you walk me through your internal monologue when you're finding yourself on a back foot? How do you find it in yourself to come back and claw your way back into games like map 7, map 8? We thought all hope is lost, but somehow, some way you ended up on top, like hitting the timer at the very end there. Like, what's going on in your mental, in your head?
Yeah, those last 2 games were absolutely epic. Like, I love games like that really push you to the distance and push you to the limits. I think it's just a matter of keep your head down, try to do the best play possible, and that's it.
Right on. You make it look and sound easy some days, but today they made you work for it. Overall, looking back at your journey at Red Bull, Wololo, Londinium, what's your big takeaway?
I absolutely love this event. The last Red Bull was my favorite event. This one is now my new favorite event.
That's how they do it here at Red Bull, Wololo. Hera, this is your moment. I'm taking this for you. This is your stage, your crowd, your winner.
But going, keep
champion at Red Bull Wololo Londinium Age of Empires 2 for the second time, it's Hera! What a thrilling end to a thrilling tournament. As I invite the entire broadcast team on the stage with us here. Hera, if you want to stay with us for a second, mate, you can. My friends, thank you so much for contributing to the incredible success of this event, Red Bull Wololo Londinium. Let's hear it one more time. Thank you so much to the London Contemporary Orchestra. Thank you to our sponsors, Aegon by AOC, World's Edge, and Scan. But thank you most of all to you, the Age of Empires community. This event was for you. We loved it. We hope you loved it half as much as we did giving it to you. On behalf of the entire broadcast team, all the people both in front of and behind the camera, thank you for being here with us in London. Thank you for being part of Red Bull Wololo Londinium. Thank you, Age of Empires community, and good night.
Dan says 50K for all that effort. Return on investment in Aoe2 is worse than playing the lottery. Oh, man. What an event, guys. What an event. It's been a pleasure. Oh, man. Alright guys, I'm going to turn this down. I cast every single set, every single day. I have enjoyed this event thoroughly. This has been a fantastic event. I've loved it. I've had a really good time casting. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed the content. I tried to do the best job I could and make it as much fun and as entertaining for you guys as possible. I'm sure I'll be casting future events as well. Obviously, if they're of great interest to me and I think that they're really good event, then I definitely want to provide good casts of it. I have to make the next one, yeah. I try and hype it up. I try and get excited. I try and make it exciting and give as much information and helpful information as I can to understand everything that's happening and enjoy the process and the thought process for players and their drafts and the different maps, the civ picks and all that stuff. All that being said, I have to move. I have a big move coming up in 2 days. I have not packed anything, by the way. I have been spending a tremendous amount of time not just casting, but I've also been doing a lot with my family. And so now, the next 2 days, I will be putting all of my time and energy into packing and preparing to leave. And then I have a 19-hour drive. 19-hour drive south. and I'm going to try and do that all in one shot. So hopefully I will see you guys soon. I will try and set up everything up as fast as possible. I have the internet coming one day after I arrive. Already called and got service set up. They will be there the morning after I get in. So I should be, maybe good to go sometime at the end of this week. I'm hoping. And at the very least, at the beginning of next week, I would like to be set up to start streaming again. You know, get right back into the rhythm and give you guys some more good content. So I appreciate everybody that's allowed me to do this as a full-time job. You guys are amazing. And I love you, and I'm very, very appreciative for everything you do for me. Hopefully we'll have many, 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 many more events like this to enjoy together. And I'll see you guys all really soon. I'll put out an announcement. I'll put out an announcement in the Discord that I won't be around for the next few days. Obviously, I can't be, right? Maybe sometime, I've talked about it before, maybe sometime when I drive up or down from Florida to New York or New York to Florida, maybe I can do some streaming if I have a co-pilot. But I don't have a co-pilot, so I'm not able to do it for the next few days. But I'll see you guys all really, really soon. And yeah, until then, I hope you guys stay safe and enjoy life. I'll catch you guys later. I guess I could send you over somewhere. Let's do that. I won't leave you without someone else entertaining you. Give me 1 second to raid. Let's see somebody who's playing now after this tournament is over. Everybody was watching, right? Everybody was watching. I don't know too many people who are playing right now. I might just have to end the the stream. Let me see. I think I will. I think I'll just end the stream today, guys. Have a good one, guys. Much love. See you later.